Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, May the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help. Thank you, Dan D. Yeah, so I just waited too long to get a Sienna short or SIEN short. See, interest short. There weren't very many shorts available. IB when I first saw it, about 5 or 10,000, and then got up to about 214. There's 1,000, and I thought, should I take it? And then it popped up to 225. I was thinking to myself, I'm glad I didn't take it. They all got snapped up, and now it's back down to 191. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Would have been a nice one. Yeah, none for Octo either. You're right, Rio. None for Octo at Interactive Brokers. At least let's see. Yeah, not right now anyway. So let's see what's happening. We've got a bunch of low floaters again. SMFL. Let's see if any of them have kept their gains or held their gains. At SMFL, very low float. I mean, we have 500,000 shares. I mean, it may not be quite that low, but it's going to be very low. Let's see. They reached a deal with Cloud Kitchens for rapid local delivery of high protein ice cream. All right. Everybody needs that. Smart for life. Okay. Interesting because I mean the next high looking left is 765. Now this happened this happened back on May the 2nd. So I had a big pop up to 765, came all the way back down, and now they pumped out some news this morning. The pre-market high was up to 391. So I guess we have to keep an eye on it, see if it can get anywhere close to that 765 again. Morning, Brian and Les, and anybody else who's listening to me on YouTube, and even our lone soul, maybe, in our Discord room. Good morning, Racer. EPOW. EPOW is actually an earnings play, another low float. I think it's a low float. Yeah, 11 million in the float. It's actually an earnings play. EPOW. They released EPOW. They released earnings after hours yesterday. You can see that's the mauve area that you see here on my 15-minute chart. You see it actually got up to about about $3, 293, kind of holding and pretty choppy all morning long. Where could it go? To me, it looks like there's a lot of resistance right around 3. Look at that daily chart. Looks like there's a lot of resistance around 3. Great to be back, Jamie. SVRE, I believe it's another low float. Yes, another low float from Israel. Any news? New patent in the US, which bolsters its position as a transportation safety leader. So there's your news for SVRE. Okay. And the next high is kind of around that 180 mark. If it can get through that, 260. When did that happen? That happened again, May the 3rd. DOCS is an earnings play. Not too many earnings plays right now, but DOCS is an earnings play. Got hit pretty hard. It's recovering a bit. It got down to 30, back up to 31.50. But it's through the 200-day moving average. 32.79 is the 200-day moving average. So it was right above it, and now it's below it. Now you guys are talking about ICPT. ICPT. I can't see the news on it. Staff say they have concluded that Intercept Pharmaceuticals, wow, can cause, look at this, can cause significant drug-induced liver injury. So that is your news from ICPT. Whoa, that is obviously horrible news for that company. Really tough to commit right now. I'm looking at the spread, 1231, 1290. There is, I can't call that support. This is devastating news for this company, ICPT. Problem is that spread is just 1255, 1285 right now. But of course, this could really, really move down even further. This is not I'm not trying to say anybody short it right now because it's going to do that. But wow, I mean, that is a damaging, obviously a hugely damaging headline for ICPT. Well, I tried to get some actually. The spread actually tightened up a little bit, but I didn't get my fill. I was trying to get it around 1251. We'll see if that's this looks like this could, I mean, once this, remember, this news just hit. So this is still fairly fresh news. And once the market wakes up, where'd I get the news? Interactive Brokers headline. I don't, probably not in ours. It's maybe too new. Yeah, so there it is. There's your news. FDA staff say they've concluded that Intercept's Pharmaceuticals OCA can cause significant drug-induced liver injury. This is from my Interactive Brokers headlines. No, you know what? French for menu is menu. It's basically menu. Let's take a look at this ICPT. I'd like to see if this can get back into the low 12s. Hmm. Okay, what else is on here? Guys, keep an eye on this AMAM. Not a ton of volume this morning yet, but um, I saw this yesterday, and what a move it's had over the last few weeks. AMAM, the volume, I mean, it's 42,000. It's not a ton of volume yet, but it is up 8%. I had a great day yesterday. Took out this high over here on this. What day was that? That was March the 6th. So we're looking at, I don't know where the next resistance is. Let's take a look at a monthly chart. 1388, 1480. So 1482 on a monthly chart, and then way up here at 1886. So, I mean, if it can take out 1482, it still has some room to run on a monthly chart anyway. SMFL, well, it's a low float. The low float had some news. This is what this Cloud Kitchens for. I love it. Rapid local delivery of a high protein ice cream. That's what we. It's hilarious. But anyway, got up to 391 pre-market. Wonder if we got any reverse splitters today, like we had yesterday with the Zila XELA. TIO TIO continues to move higher here. So this one, well, I didn't really see this one. Somebody pointed out yesterday, and I hadn't realized it had this incredible run over the last few weeks from 79 cents to an 8. So a couple of months. Like what a buy. Anybody who took this down under a dollar. Yeah, I think that ICPT could be a short. I mean, I know it's already down a lot, but this is still pretty fresh news. And let's see what happens when the market really gets rolling here. BIOC is a reverse split today, effective today, BIOC. 1 for 30, thank you, Casa. BIOC is a reverse split, 1 for 30, so it's effective today. So now let's see if they come up with any sort of fluffy news. See if they can juice the stock up. Doesn't look like it, only 7,000 shares, but going forward, watch it tomorrow, maybe for the rest of the week. DT, I forgot to mention DT. I think DT is an earnings play also, DT. Yeah, pretty big gap up actually. DT is an earnings play, released earnings this morning before the market, well, of course, before the market's open. Um, Big area for it to try to get through, of course, is 50. And MAXN is hitting my gap down. Tell you guys, this ICPT, and now the only issue with it is that, of course, it's down way over 10%. And because it's down over 10%, if you wait, again, this is not a suggestion, but if we'll wait for the market to open, you may not get it because of that uptick rule, which doesn't apply in the pre-market. HESM, guys, I'm hearing HESM also. HESM, this is oil and gas extraction, HESM. Don't see any specific news for it. Down 4%, commences a secondary offering, so they're doing a financing. So that's the reason for HESM. GSIT, I know is an earnings play. Kind of ignored it. It's so cheap, but it is an earnings play. I wonder though, it's got a lot of room. 2 days before, 3 days before earnings. A lot of people may have thought that this was really going to start to rip, but look at this. Is this shortable for me? Let's see, GSIT, is it shortable for me? Interactive Brokers. And the answer is yes, 46,000 shares are available. So there is room. Let's see, the 200 days, wow, way down there, 224. All right, guys, let's see, it's 9:13. I'm going to do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from our analysts. Racer 931. You're probably the only one, but that's okay. I'll keep it open just for you. Talking about our Discord room. All right, let's get these upgrades in. See if there's anything interesting. You know what, guys? We'll have to take a look at TME. Take a look at TME when I get this done. There are 3 upgrades for it. 3 upgrades for TME. Let me take a look at it once I get these upgrades in. Also, keep an eye on H&R Block. I don't know how old this news is, but it looks like your government, as in your US government, is trying to make some way that tax returns can be done for free. Of course, it's affecting H&R Block and INPU into. So, but let's take a look at TME to see if these 3 upgrades have helped it or not. Not really. Actually, I see four upgrades now for TME. We'll get the downgrades in now. If you're wondering where I'm getting these upgrades and downgrades, it's just from briefing.com. It's just a free service. You have to sign up for it, and then it gets sent to your email. Oops. All right, give me a moment, guys. I just made an inputting error. Yeah, just give me one moment here. Okay. Okay, now I can start my downgrades. Couple of downgrades for MMP, I see. A couple of downgrades for MMP. Okay, let me get them in the main room now. Yeah, so we had at least four upgrades for TME this morning for whatever reason. Take a look at China in general. KWeb, see what KWeb is doing. And China is yeah, still below the 200-day moving average. KWeb, China ETF. There should be volume. Robert, in our YouTube room. I think Jamie can hear me, so must be on your end. Can somebody just confirm that you can hear me in our YouTube room, please? I know we had an issue yesterday. Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you, Pepe. Not very much volume for this APP, but boy, this is a nice little. Looks like this was a buyout or something. The way it's trading in the daily. All right, let's take a look at the sectors now. The major sectors. Clicking on, excuse me, clicking on new from our toolbar, then docked channel bar, and then show more. Go down to the show more, and then let's take a look at the sectors. We're in for a nice open, actually. Nice open if you want the market to be moving higher. So I've been assuming all these sectors are going to be positive, over 50%. I'll explain what I'm saying, what I mean by that. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. So when you see 95% in green, what that means is that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. So when you look at all the other sectors, there is no weak sector to start anyway. They're all certainly well over 50%. So let me take a look at XLE. I want to just see some of these with relation to their 200-day moving average. Now, the market was down yesterday, so yeah, so XLE is still moving away from the 200-day moving average. The energy, excuse me, energy sector moving away from the 200-day moving average. If you can see my daily chart, that green line is the 200-day. Retail, Yeah. So again, we had a down day yesterday. So it is to be expected that most of the candles we're going to see on the daily chart from yesterday will be red. And again, moving down and away from the 200-day moving average for XRT, consumer staples, XLP. Yeah, well above it. I mean, had a red candle, but still well above the 200-day moving average. Take a look at healthcare, XLV. Yeah, so look what happened yesterday, guys. So XLV now joins one of the major sectors. We have XLE, and now we have XLV. XLE, now XLV. Yesterday, anyway, broke down below the 200-day moving average. Now, as we speak, it's just a little bit above it. Okay, a little bit above it. The 200-day moving average is 131.11, so it's 131.34, but just a little bit above it, but in peril. XLI, industrials, XLI. Now, I didn't mention MOTS, guys. MOTS, this was when I saw it, it was under $1. It is now poking its head above $1. I mean, it's gap 47% MOTS. So if you're into that sort of stuff, maybe you want to keep an eye on MOTS. MOTS. Look at industrials, guys, inching closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. Consumer discretionary, this will definitely be below. Definitely not below. I could have sworn this was going to be below after yesterday's action. Okay, well, still hanging a little bit above the 200-day moving average. Take a look at materials, XLB. And yeah, so that one broke below. So now we're starting to see more of the major sectors below the 200-day moving average. Now I think communications is safe. LC, yeah, still well above the 200-day moving average. Super strong sector, guys. Communications, super strong sector. And I think XLK, we're going to see sort of the same thing. Yes. So, a couple of the like communications, heavily tech, of course, and tech, XLK, technology. So we've got technology and communications are certainly the strongest two sectors. I didn't mention Wall. Boy, I mean these regional banks are trying to recover. I don't like lumping Wall in with them. I mean, it's obviously a regional bank got absolutely destroyed a few days ago, and then came out. And I don't know what the status is if they're suing the Financial Times or anything like that. But we had I can't remember which analyst. I think it was Bank of America put a $42 price target on them. Hey guys, I'm trying an ICPT short. A very, I'm not going crazy on it. It's still under 13. If it goes over 13, like 13.20, I'm probably out of it. But the only reason I'm doing it right now is because of this uptick rule. So I want to take some and see if it can move down from here. Again, the uptick rule, if you don't know what I'm talking about, if a stock is down over 10% and you're trying to short it, assuming your broker has shares available, you may not be able to get a fill. Okay, because what has to happen, you go in at the bid, which is typically what you want to do when you want to short. And if there's shorts available and the stock is not down 10%, you'll usually get an instant fill. But with the uptick rule, if the stock is down more than 10%, then what has to happen? There has to be some trading at the ask and then back to the bid. And you could be in a big queue of others who want to do the same thing. So it can be sometimes frustrating to get it. Whereas that uptick rule in the pre-market doesn't exist for whatever reason. But this is not a recommendation to do the same thing. I just want to see if this news, once the market opens, really, I mean, it's down 21% now, but that is a pretty devastating headline. Now they're couching it a little bit, suggesting, there's it's all in the wording. I mean, this is concluded, which means done, and then they're suggesting. So I don't know. We'll see anyway. I'll see what happens here. Target, you mentioned Target, Curie. I think Target has earnings or is going to have earnings. Has earnings, yeah. Not that much action on it. Yeah, release earnings this morning. Look how choppy it is. Forget these topping tails and bottoming tails. You see the same thing on the SPY. I think these are just crazy prints, but so Target has earnings, but really not that much action yet. Basically flat, TGT. All right. Let's see if anything new. Sorry, NYCB, another regional bank. I saw that was moving pretty nicely this morning. An app, I mentioned app before, APP, nice break on the daily chart, but it looks like this was see if this is looks like a buyout here. This just the way this is trading. May 10th post market. Okay, so I guess this was a reaction. Okay, so this was an earnings play right here, and it's held. Okay, there's your reaction to earnings. So big gap up. So when it was gone. And now it's continuing here, and that is APP. I saw Baidu this morning, BIDU. It was actually it was pretty weak, I thought. BIDU. But I did see that Benchmark has got a $210 price target for BIDU, Baidu. All right. My assistant has not told me that there's less than a minute to go to the market. Thank you, Div. Gonna have to dock William for that one. Okay, guys, less than a minute for the market to open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And I typically don't trade in the first 15. I mean, I know I took that pre-market short, but that's not, you understand why I did that. But I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Got to let things settle down just a little bit. We're now open, 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 open. By the way, guys, this momentum up and momentum down, this is actually now in my homepage, okay? I've added it. I added it yesterday. Wow, so there's the MOTS. I was just talking about the MOTS. I saw it in the pre-market. It was hovering around a dollar and then it dropped all the way back down at 82 cents. Look at it now, MOTS. Hi, nice, nice open, nice open. And we have our first, ooh, ONON from yesterday. ONON from yesterday continuing down. All right, guys, I have taken myself out of the ICPT basically flat. Too bad. It looked like it was really going to start to move down. Look at the ONON now. 28.15 is the next low looking left. Now, I'm going to take a look at this ICPT again if it gets into the 1250s. Mm. This from yesterday, the Zila XELA. So kind of is still active. Oh, I'm sorry. What ONON has some room down to 28. It's just too early for me to take this short. This is from my 10-day daily breakdown, just a little too early. Whoa, ICPT. Uh, okay, guys, I'm back in and I was able to get some. Surprising. That wasn't that hard. I'd catch up to that bid. Okay, we've caught up to the bid a little bit here. 1183, 1192. Look at this. So it showed up in my 10-day daily breakdown. ICPT at 1206. So I was able to get some. I was surprised. It was fairly simple, fairly easy. Whew. Come on, come on. Wow, look at this now. It's really collapsing. It's really starting to collapse. And I don't think I don't think there's really support. I mean, this is, this is news driven. I mean, the next low looking left is 1144, but this is completely news driven right now. So on a technical basis, you might look at the next low and think maybe that'll hold it, but I don't know. This is completely news driven. Oh yeah. Guys, I'm just keeping an eye on it now. The ICPT. Okay, I've covered some now. The ICPT, I've covered some. And it's inching towards 12 again. I want to see if it gets down below 12 in a big way again, though. We got down to 1137. Ooh, MOTS, so halted on the way up. Wow. I mean, I disregarded that. I mean, saw this. I was going to mention it. But you see what happened? It got up to 99, literally point. I was kind of amusing myself. It got up to like 0.9999. If you guys know anything about copper, that is high purity. But anyway, it got up there and then it just dropped back down to 82. I completely forgot about it. And now it's halted. Now, para, this is an all-time low, I believe. Para is an all-time low. PARA, all-time low, I believe. I don't know what's happening. You guys can't hear that, can you? My machine fan going crazy. Well, guys, I know a lot of you, of course, we're all following it, but there's AI on the move here. AI on the move. Excuse me. So the high yesterday was, I think, underneath 25, right? 2486 was the high yesterday. So if it can get, if it can get over that, then your next high is 2514. If you can get over that, then huge void, $32. So what I'm going to do is stick a price alert up in that area and see if it takes it out, maybe today, but maybe tomorrow, and really starts to fill in this void after getting slammed by that short seller. All right, SMFL is on showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Okay, here's another one. This one, I saw this one yesterday. AD is an all-time low. No, it isn't. Okay, look at KD. It's right on the 200-day moving average. Like it's literally right on it. 1211 is the 200-day moving average. So it got right to it, sitting just a little bit above it. And KD is an earnings play. Yes, it's an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Lots of action. BSM is on the move here. BSM. Wow, is it ever? Look at this. BSM. Excuse me. Let's see any news on this one. But this is on the move here. There's a 200-day moving average though, so it's 1636, 1634. So the next high looking left for it is 1605. This could stall right around the 16 level. Oh, just one moment, please. All right, so BSM, How many shorts available? Lots and lots of shorts available. 1.5 million shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Aha! Even our daily watch list from the right here, our strategy trades daily watch list is looking at a short of ICPT. All right, TGI showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Excuse me. How much room does it have, though? That's a problem. Maybe. Got up to what, 1236, and the next high looking left is 1237. Almost to the penny. That's where it stalled. Come on. SMFL on the move also. Come on. All right, so your Mott's resumed. Hopefully you took a lot of profit on that one. All right, guys, here's another one showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown is DOCS, DOCS, DOCS. So the only thing I don't like about it is it had a nice little rally. I don't like that. And looking left, what do we have here? 3029. So it doesn't, for me, it doesn't have enough room. I think it could, maybe completely wrong, but it could stall right around 30. Here's Tio now. Boy, the 10-day daily breakout and breakdowns are generating some great looks this morning. Look at SMFL. I feel like I'm calling a horse race here. Hmm. Weird happened there. Just give me a moment here. Okay, guys, I've covered more of the ICPT. Don't have that much left. I'm going to hold on just a little bit in case it has just this big catastrophic move down even further than it is now. The app showing up on my 10-day daily breakout, APP showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Let's see, 25, tough one to get through perhaps psychologically. So let's see if it gets back over 25 again. The alert happened at 24.96. And again, this is what I'm talking about. These are scans that I'm sharing. And if you're interested, I am sharing this scan now in this format, the momentum up and down in this format. You go to my homepage, you'll see it now. Oh, okay. AI took it out. Took it out. That area that I was interested in, 25.15. So now, wow, look at the void. Okay, so HESM had to pull up. Now it's trying to move down a little bit again. Now this is a financing, I guess. I think that was the news. I believe they're doing a financing. Wow, SMFL, great winner, guys. Look at this, 363. 363 on the alert. Take a look at some of the other ones. And ONON, I did not take this one. I did not take the ONON. It was a little early for me. So this is a second day continuation down on earnings. Okay, ONON earnings yesterday. There was a reaction, and now another giant or forming a giant red candle on the daily. There may be some support around 27.50. I'm just looking left on the daily chart. Maybe. Wow, SMFL guys. All right, I'm totally out of the ICPT. It a little more promising, but I'm totally out of it now on the short. I may look at it later if it gets down to say 11.50 or so, but I was hoping for a way bigger collapse, maybe even through 10. But okay, can't complain. SMFL is working. The only other one I'm in right now, SMFL. I'm interested in TO, but I'm watching. I'm not in the AI. The float for TO. There's another boy, a lot of action on the 10-day daily breakout and downs today. Here's Pump, PUMP. I don't love it. I think there's probably between here and 760 or so. To me anyway, looks like there's too much resistance. So I don't really, personally, I don't really like it. Okay, let's see if Mott's is completely over. It doesn't look good. What's the VWAP? 122. So now it broke down below the VWAP. All right, here's another one. RPRX showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. The issue with this one could be 32.62. So that's the next low looking left. You know what? It takes that out. That's an all-time low, I believe. I believe. So I'm going to stick an alert there. Whoops. Price alert. Yeah, if this RPRX takes out that low right there, that is an all-time low. You can see in the weekly chart, that's an all-time low. Wow, look at XBit. Didn't see this one in the pre-market at all. I'm not sure why. Maybe the volume wasn't there. But look, probably that's the reason the volume wasn't there. But look at XBit right now, XBIT. And the next high looking left on the weekly, well, it's right there. The next high would be 480. So there might be a little bit too much resistance between here and 5. And this is, but 19,000 shares available for me to short at Interactive. Okay, I'm out of the SMFL, just watching it now as it's bopping around that 4 level. Take a look at the MAXN. Okay, MAXN. Next low looking left is 27.66. Yeah, it's got a little bit of room, 80 cents or so. Great week last week, being wiped out this week. Okay, I'm out of everything now, guys. Well, there's your pullback a little bit, Jethro, for the AI. Underneath 25, though. If I were going to take this, I would. I just don't like trading this. I find it very difficult as an intraday trader. But if I were going to take it, I would probably have to wait for about a 25-20. 25. Yeah, about a 25-20. Vicky. Vicky, for your biannual appearance. Yeah, that's sort of wiping out the gains. There's that red candle on the SPY, kind of starting to wipe out the gains. NAS is barely up. Dow's up a bit. SPY is basically flat. You're hired. ARCO is an earnings play. ACRO is an earnings play. And looking left, 904. So this is got some room here. ARCO has got some room at earnings. Back out this chart. Take a look at a monthly chart to see where, wow, this has got Got to go way back here. There's really no resistance for this one for ARCO. I mean, I'm going back 3 years on a monthly chart. I don't know where I'd have to go to see the next highs. So ARCO is kind of interesting. Okay, our RPRX, as I said, I don't love it unless it takes out that low there. 3268, that will be an all-time low for RPRX. Of course, it could bounce from here, but I'm just keeping an eye on this. That's why I have a price alert, that blue line right there. That's a price alert. Pump is pumping here, guys. PUMP continues to move here. Again, I think that there could be too much resistance between here and that 760 mark. Oh, I may be wrong, but I'm just looking at this daily chart, PUMP. This is shortable for me also, 6 million shares. Ooh, SMFL. I'm out of it, but SMFL still looks pretty good. Yeah, 6 million shares at Interactive Brokers available to short for pump in case it runs out of steam. You know what? Lost sight of this TME with all those upgrades this morning. So TME had a whole bunch of upgrades this morning, at least 4. And look at it go. Next high looking left, 818. Boy, and then the next high is 825. And we start getting into this 850, 870 territory for TME. Wow, SMFL. I'm not in it anymore, but that is still super strong. Well, it was. Wow, look at that. Look at it now. Wow, I mean, look how whippy it is, SMFL. The 430, and then I'm just watching it, my bid ask, and it dropped right back down to 4. And that happened really quickly. 449 right back down to 4. That was like in seconds. So E-Man, you mentioned E-Man. Now, I don't know if you guys saw it, if you have our premium service, but that showed. I know it showed up in the strategy trades, and then it disappeared. Did you guys see that too? Any those of you with premium and having the strategy trades all, I'm 100% sure it showed up, E-Man, and then it's gone. But if I can get a couple people to verify that happened, I can at least let development know. Yeah, I see your comment about Jamie. Yeah, I mean, it's look, but I'm still super, super bearish on this. I mean, it's all well and good, but remember, this is still like an $88 stock when they did the one for four at 160. So this is like still basically cut in half from when they did it. So yeah, I mean, listen, the memers will do any. It'll be interesting to see what it does around 23 if it can get there. So can anybody verify for me that they saw E-Man if you have our premium service and you have that strategy trades window open, that you saw E-Man earlier? Or maybe I'm wrong, but I could have sworn I saw it in there. Yeah, Rani, R-A-N-I, ugly looking daily chart, very ugly. So Jamie, if you have our premium service, what I was talking about is that I'm 100% sure that I saw E-Man here in our strategy trades all, and then but it disappeared. I can't see it anymore, unless I'm because I don't see it anywhere else. I don't see E-Man anywhere else. It's not showing up in the races. It's not showing up in my momentum up. So, and I'm sure I saw it here, but it disappeared. Yeah, E-M-A-N. Yes. So it is showing up on your strategies tab. Well, interesting that it's not on mine. Okay. Okay. I'm going to point that out to the dev. Okay, I'm trying to sign up for trade ideas, auto trade strategies with brokerage plus not include. Okay, so if you want to auto trade, Elon Musk, this is in our YouTube room. Are you a new trader? If you want to auto trade your own strategies, you have to have our premium service. Yes. Okay. If you want to use brokerage plus and manually trade, you see an alert, you you load it and you want to manually trade it, you don't need our premium service. But if you do want to auto trade your own strategies, then you have to have our premium service. I don't recommend it. I'm gonna just flat out tell you, I don't recommend auto trading, but and I don't, you better back if you're going to auto trade, you better back test your strategy, and I would test it first in a simulator. And if you're new to trading, I would steer clear. But that's what that means, okay? Okay, then forget about auto trading, Elon. Okay, seriously. Maxan, oh, you mentioned it earlier, and yeah, you're right. It did turn into a really nice short. Maybe getting into a support area. 2766 is the next low looking left. Wow, look at that SMFL. I'm not in it anymore, but this is super strong still. I mean, it's been whippy. Last time I looked, it was just touching that 4 level. Next high looking left on the daily is 458. If it can break through that, 490 and 5. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Oh, Vicky, I have no idea. I have no idea. Gen Z, no idea. Wow. Yeah, I'm not in it anymore. Wow, look at this 5. I mean, if it takes out 521, it's still got some room. And it's a low flow. You know what? I'm going to check another site. I want to check another site just to see what they have for the float. It's probably not 532,000, but it's going to be super low. Let's take a look. They have, well, you know what? The site that people think is the best one has 840,000. So that is the reason. So 840,000. So 532,000, 840. I mean, it's crazy low float. And now we've got our Psycho Spy going again. We have a giant red bar, and now let's see if this green bar can wipe out that red bar. Okay, sorry guys. Boy, there's a lot of action in the 10-day daily breakout and down already. It's interesting because we're not in earnings season anymore. Certainly, well, tail end. I don't really need this is it. This is it for earnings, the ones I've got anyway. Don't really need to separate them in the up and down. The only reason I do that is because when we're in earnings season, I want to see all the ones that are up. Then I want to see all the ones that are down, and I can't usually see them at a glance because there's so many. So that's why I do. That's why I organize it like this. But that's it. All right, Mosaic, MOS. Come on, weekly chart. Well, Mosaic is weak, weak, weak. Not an earnings play. I don't think May 3rd had earnings, so earlier this month. So not an earnings play, but this is wow, just weak. MOS. You see why I don't like trading AI intraday? It's just a real, once you catch it Unless you really time it well, and it looked like it was just going to romp from here. And now, I mean, it got from 25.42, then it gets all the way back down to 24.02. These are big drops. So who said that? Jethro. Yeah, Jethro. There's your pullback. There's your pullback for AI. The VWAP is at 24.65, so it's just a little bit below it. Look at EPOW. Again, guys, this ARCO is pretty interesting. ARCO, it's pretty interesting. It's earnings play. Over 9 now, 916, 917, 917, 918 on the bid ask. So it's holding pretty nicely. The high of the day was 920. When we looked even on the monthly chart, couldn't really see any resistance. So I mean, this is I don't know if it's probably not going to be like a rocket ship or anything. It's a big float, 130 million in the float, but okay. APLD. Is it moved from the alert? At 627, not yet. And this is, I see, 20-day range at a high. And where are we in lifetime range? Okay, so this, the float and the free float. So I'm not familiar with the free float. You're not talking about float percent, are you? So the float is just the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis once you subtract the shares outstanding. So, I mean, typically that's the way it works, especially with the larger companies, the Microsofts, et cetera. So you take the number of shares outstanding. So let's look at Microsoft as an example, okay? Okay, so the float is 7.32 billion, but if you looked at the shares outstanding, there would be more than that. So you start subtracting, with the insiders own, mutual funds, et cetera, and you get the float. The short float percent, if that's what you're talking about. Okay. I was not familiar with free float. Not familiar with that term. We have 7.32. So yeah, I'm just not familiar with that term. So if PJ has, I guess, given a definition. It sounds like it's pretty close to the same number. Okay, guys, I am now take a look at GTES. That's pretty ugly looking. Okay. How about the RPR, the RPRX? I mean, this is maybe a mini bounce candidate. I mean, it's struggling to get through that all-time low, and it looks like it wants to hold 33 for a bit anyway. Big float, 372 million in the float. Well, look at the volume for this APLD. Look at the volume, 8 million shares, 23 times normal. ICPT, I think it's sitting right on the VWAP. I think it is. ICPT. VWAP is 1257, so it's just a little bit above the VWAP. I mentioned this one in the pre-market, IMMP. So let's take a look. 83 million in the float, so it's not low. Had news. This cancer treatment shows a little proofreading, guys. Cancer treatment shows favorable results in phase 2 trial. So it did have some news. It's not a low float, 83 million. So it's hard to know, but it is popped through the 200-day moving average, 188, and the VWAP. So it's above both. Problem I have with it is look left on the weekly chart. Looks like there could be some resistance right around that 210 level. I mean, if it can get through that, then the next high is 230 or so. Just don't have a good enough feeling about this one. And again, I could be completely wrong. I mean, this IMMP maybe just rips right through, but that's what it got to in the pre-market, 220. So Darren, for me, I think anything under 20 million is a low float, okay? But again, it all depends what you trade. I mean, if a person is trading Facebook, Meta, and Microsoft, and with several billion in the float, that if you were that, I'm just talking in general now, then a person would look at 100 million probably as being a very low float. Okay, it all depends on what you trade. But for me, anything under 20 million, I do consider a low float. Some might say 10 million. It's really there's no hard and fast definition. And that's why though when you get the crazy, crazy low floats, like under a million, that's when you can get these silly moves. You cannot, you're not going to find Meta or Microsoft or unless something extraordinary happens up 100%. Okay. The only way that can happen is if you have a very low float. Again, remember what the float means. It's the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. And so if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, and sometimes you'll drive yourself crazy trying to figure out the reason, it may not be self-evident. But if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, there's huge demand, look at the demand, 34 million have traded with. Now we went to another site. It says 800,000 in the float, so super low. And okay, they did announce some news. Okay, but a lot of times you'll see these things moving, and you'll scour for news. You won't see a thing, and could just be some group somewhere has decided to pump the heck out of it. Oh, PJ, it's just because I mentioned Microsoft. That's all. That's why he was bringing up Microsoft. Again, just treat the float like any other like it's just commodity. I mean, any commodity on earth, if there's low supply and high demand, what's going to happen to the price? Pick anything. Home prices. I haven't done my cul-de-sac analogy for quite a while. I won't do it now. But take any commodity out there, and a stock is just a commodity, really. So low supply, high demand, price goes up. The problem is, of course, is that once that demand starts drying up, you're going to have a tremendous downturn. That's why you can never walk away from a trade if you're in a low float stock. Walk away. I mean, you don't leave, not even for 5 seconds. Don't turn your head. You've got to be following. Look at IMPL that got halted and then resumed. No, nothing. Wow. Again, low float, 7.7 million in the float. Big pop up, big drop. Wild morning, like they always are. DFLT, ugly looking weekly chart, up and down, up and down. The only good thing you can say about it is that it's through the 200-day moving average. So I showed you guys this yesterday. These are 20-day range highs, 20-day range lows. These are a couple of top lists that I'm sharing on my homepage. And again, these are stocks with other filters, of course, but making they have to be at least at the 20-day high. At least it could be higher, of course. Yeah, GME just showed up. But this list yesterday of the 20-day range low was huge. And there were only a couple in the 20-day range high. But this 20-day range low was absolutely huge yesterday. RX, excuse me, RLX is an earnings play, I believe. RLX is an earnings play, but it is ugly. Good grief. Look how ugly this is. Look at this 15-minute chart in the pre-market, up and down, huge topping tail right here, pull it all the way back down. And it's funny because if this float is right, that's a big float for it to be acting like this. It's a big float. China stock. All right, let me take a look at what some of these races. I like to see these a little bit later as we start building this top 10 list. Okay, let's take a look at GDC just for fun to see what it's doing. Ugly, okay. Okay, this BSM continues to inch its way up. Oh, that's more than an inch. Wow, what a move. All right, next high looking left is 616, 617, and then there's the 200-day moving average, 634. This is one that I was looking to short, so it's getting closer, I think, to potential short area, especially if it cannot get through that 200-day moving average. That is for BSM. So I do have EPOW actually on a thumbnail chart. I guess your challenge right now is to get through the VWAP, I think. Yeah, 261 is the VWAP. So there, if we can get through that, it's an earnings play. Just boy, it's amazing. I mean, when you have a 15-minute chart up, usually, the reason why you have higher time frames is to kind of smooth out the action. But look at these topping tails and bottoming tails, up, down, up, down. But John, I will cheer you on. Not shortable and interactive brokers, so there's probably not a lot of shorts available unless you have center point or something like that. And I say that, therefore, you don't have the added downward pressure of people shorting the stock to drive it down. So if you're long something, it's always nice to see, no shorts available. But of course, I can only speak for interactive brokers. I say no shorts available. Well, yeah, again, I mean, I know I am sure you see what I'm seeing for EPOW. So, I mean, to me, there looks like there's a ton of resistance right around 280 to 285 on that daily chart. So, depends what you're looking to get out of it. If you got a buck out of that, what will I buy you? French trip. You know what, guys? We should not have lost sight of TME. I mentioned this in the pre-market. Lots of upgrades for whatever reason for TME. And so this was sitting, 780, 770, 780. That's a great little percentage move for TME. I cannot take it now. I mean, when I say I cannot, I call it my rules or my plan. I just cannot take it right now. Also, to me, it's getting a little bit closer and closer to some resistance. All right, let me take a look at some of these potential shorts now. TGLS. Well, I may be wrong on the IMMP. I mean, it's starting to really move now. IMMP. I thought this area might block it. This 211, but maybe not. Next high looking left is 230. If I can get through that, 250 gets through that, 260. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, let's take a look at SLQT. Won one race. Let's see what it's doing right now. SLQT. Yeah, I mean, the next high looking left is not that far away, and then after that, it's not that far away. I just don't like what I see on the daily chart for SLQT. Boy, this is in mini bounce mode. This RPRX mini bounce mode. I mean, if it holds 33, it could run from there. 3302 is the VWAP, so it's got to get over that. And only assume your platform is broken. What do you mean by that? Trade swings? Are you referring to somebody else or Bros? Let's take a look at Bros from Real. BROS. BROS. Oh, you're talking to Real. Okay. 2883 is the next high looking left on that BROS, Bros, Dutch Brothers. Not very many shorts available, Real. 11,000 right now for Bros. 11,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. I'm sure you know that. If I have shorts available for EPAL, EOW, earnings play, EPAL, if I even wanted to. So let's take a look. No. Quick explanation about why some stocks have more shorts available than you mean in certain brokerages. Um, I mean, in theory, if there's a lot of buying in a certain stock, like a lot of people at a certain brokerage have bought that stock, then in theory, those shorts, there could be shorts available. So you could go to I'll EPAL as an example. So there are no shorts available. Okay, in theory, that could mean that at Interactive Brokers, there's just not a lot of people who own EPAL. And so consequently, there could have been okay, there could have been shorts available earlier for EPAL, okay? But now they've all been snapped up. So that probably means that there weren't that many shorts available to begin with. But you go to another broker like Centerpoint or some of these ones that really specialize in having a lot of shorts available for even the most obscure stocks. I'm not exactly sure how they do it. There's probably somebody else will probably give a better explanation than I can. But Centerpoint and Cobra and I think Trade Zero. But Interactive Brokers has a reputation as a big broker for having shorts available for a lot of different securities that if you went to say E-Trade or Fidelity, you may not find them. Now that used to be, but every now and then I'll say I can't short something at Interactive Brokers, and William will say, "Hey, I've got like a few at Fidelity or E-Trade." So it all depends on how many customers actually own the stock at the different brokerages. I mean that's probably a very simplistic explanation because in theory, if the stock is owned by a lot of customers, then in theory, they could be loaned out to short. The IO had halted on the way up, yes. Also, guys, GTES, how much room does it have? Have room. Mm, this is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, GTES. So, for instance, I'm pretty sure, for instance, on GTES, 9 million shares available at Interactive Brokers. So my feeling is that they're probably, virtually all brokers will have shorts available for GTES. It's a pretty big float, 102 million in the float. Hmm. Thank you, William. Okay, so there you go. So there are situations where they'll pay the broker to lock them up, so they're not available to be shorted. I sort of knew that, but I hadn't really considered it. I don't know, like what would it cost? Like what? How would they do that? Yeah, TIO halted on the way up. You're right. All right, I'm going to stick an alert for GME at the VWAP 2255 to see what it does there, to see if it breaks down below it or bounces off it. Ah, Zila alive again. XLEA alive again. This was the one, of course, yesterday did a reverse split and came out, I think maybe with some news. I can't really remember. I think they came up with some fluffy press release. And that float now is what is it, 5 million now? We don't have the float information. Okay, guys, 10:42. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to put this link in for the test drive. You want to try out our platform for 10 trading days. Let me show you the link. Okay, so if you click on that test drive June 5th to 20th, I'll show you what I mean by that. One of the common questions we have is, can I try out your platform for free? And the answer is no. Okay, we still have to pay the exchanges for the for use of their data, and so we do not offer. So the $11.11 basically covers that charge. That's why we charge the $11.11, and you'll have 2 weeks, which is June the 5th through the 20th, inclusive. Okay, it's 10 trading days. Now you'll have access to the premium service. The only thing you won't be able to do is auto trade anything. Okay, so I don't want anybody to get disappointed signing up thinking they're going to be able to auto trade something. You will not be able to auto trade, but everything else is available. Okay. And we only do this now. We used to do this 4 times a year, but the last one I think was January. So again, if you're interested in trying us out, now if you sign up today, understand what you're doing. You're pre-registering. You're getting no data until live data until the 5th. That's a Monday. You'll actually have access to the program though on the 2nd, which is Friday, about an hour after the market closes. So you can play around with the program Friday evening, of course, and then Saturday and Sunday to get up to speed with some of the aspects of trade ideas. I wouldn't come into it just cold. I'm going to show you a link you can take a look at so that you're not just completely cold on the 5th if you're taking this test drive. But again, remember, please don't bug our sales, our customer support saying, hey, where's my data? I just signed up. Where's my data? It doesn't start until the 5th. Now, the other thing important, once the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Okay. We don't put you automatically into a subscription. So don't worry about that. When it's over, there will be a nice promo code that you can use if you do want to take out a subscription. But again, we do not put you into a subscription once the test drive is over. Okay, so if you feel you can afford $11.11 to try us out for 10 trading days, go for it. Now, let's talk a little bit about my homepage. No, I'm hearing Corvus, guys. CRVS is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Corvus, CRVS. Let's take a look at what it's doing. Wow. So this had a great week last week, a continuation in the first 3 days of this week. I don't know where I'd have to go to see where the resistance would be, and I'd have to bring up a monthly chart. You can do that to see where the resistance could be. So if you click on my homepage link, so if you want to take out a subscription right now, there's a promo code you can use, Barry15, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, we have 4 plans: annual, monthly, premium, standard. So annual premium is $2,000. Annual standard is $1,000, less than 15% in both cases. The big difference is the AI. Not having a great day today. Had an interesting day yesterday, but I use this like a watch list. That's all. You can go monthly, of course, if you want. Premium, 228. Standard is 118. Less than 15% for the first month only. Now, if you do want to take out a if you do want to take out if you're a current monthly subscriber and you do want to go to an annual, I can actually give you a promo for 25% off. Just let me know. Oh, if you do take out a subscription, you must do this to get started. This is 10 videos. Excuse me, take you about 30 minutes. It runs you through your download and install, first startup and login, etc. Okay. And this is what I would take a look at when you are in the test drive. You can take a look at this Friday afternoon. You can take a look at it right now, but obviously you'll be able to download and install. Excuse me. But it'll go over, introduction to scans, what top lists are, what alert windows are, introduction to our charts. Okay. That'll get you started. If you're new to trading, we have Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together, Trading 101. I would really recommend you take a look at this. I mean, it starts off as basic as you can get. Starts off, first video was, what is a stock? Okay. So, but this is a great little course he put together. Daily Stock of the Day video. I do this. You can sign up for it free, of course. Trade of the week. I don't think it worked this week, but there was a stop. I think it was Heinz KHC, but you can sign up for it. It's free. You get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Again, if you're going to take the test drive, I would take a look at the education section. You can click here on the education section and then take a look at our user guide. Click on the user guide and a little more in depth about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and I would learn about stock racing. You click on the stock racing, you'll see we've got 4 videos, and this is all clickable, the race startup, the race configuration. Okay. So, I mean, if you're going to take this, take it seriously. If you're going to do the test drive, I know it's only $11, but, take it seriously. So understand what an alert window is, what the top list window is, and what the stock racing is all about. There's the getting started again. So daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Wednesday, so I'll confirm it, but it should be Jamie. Jamie should be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I will put the YouTube link in before I do take my break, so you can head over and listen to Jamie. And the last time now, if you want my scans, you click on my homepage, okay, homepage link, and scroll down. And here are the scans that I'm sharing. And I added the Doc Momentum up or down. Okay, so I added this one. So you can take a look at this. It's a different presentation than I still have the momentum scan in here. It's just a different presentation of here you'll see the alert every time it makes a new high, but you won't see the stock over and over and over again in the list. When I go to the momentum chart, I'll show you, or scan, I'll show you what I'm talking about. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market is actives up and down. You can see the halts resumes right over here. This race, the biggest gainers from the open, is here, but I also have another race that I'm sharing if you want large cap gainers from the open. I've referred to my 10-day daily breakout and down. This is what it looks like right here. Okay, now I don't have it in a doc version. And even this, I was wondering if should I put this in the doc version, the momentum up and down, because I know there are a lot of you don't want to short. So if you loaded this one, all you have to do is just X. Click on the X. If you don't want to short, just click on the X, and then all you'll have is the momentum up. Okay. So anyway, different scans that I am sharing. So if you do decide you want to take out a subscription, would appreciate it if you use my homepage link, and then get to the homepage, and then use this promo code. And also, if you save my link, then you'll be able to look at my scans anytime you want, and the big education section. All right. So I'm seeing Corvus here also, guys. Corvus CRVS is here also. It was in my 10-day daily breakout at 291. 291. So the time was at 10:46. So this is what I'm talking about. This is organized the same way. No, not quite. Not quite. But you see how Corvus is over and over and over again? Every time I made a new high, you would see it here. Over here, this is just telling you the first time you had the alert, excuse me, the time and the price. And then you click on it and you can see how it did afterwards. You don't have to see this, but this is sort of nagging at you saying, hey, look at me, I'm making a new high, a new high, a new high. And this is how, if I didn't have in this momentum up, this is how you would see Corvus over and over again if I didn't have it organized in this fashion. So I only want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see a stock when it does make a new high in the time. I just don't want to see it sort of in a list like this over and over again, sort of jumbling up. I kind of like this presentation better. But if you click on my Momo scan from my homepage, you will see it in the more traditional sense, if that's what you want. So again, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. Boy, look at this. Oh, even Zila is showing up now in the 10-day daily breakout. So we are a scanner. We have screening capabilities, of course. There are a lot of screeners out there, but we are a real-time alert-based scanner. Okay, let me show you what I'm talking about. If I click on New from our toolbar, and then click on the dock channel bar, I'm going to go to this momentum channel. I'm going to click on Show More, and then click on Momentum. So all these are all theme-based channels. Theme-based channels. Okay, you're looking for swing picks. Here they are. So you can see Zila. Now, if Zila makes another new high, well, it's going to take a while because it dropped all the way down to 747. But let's just say Zila made another new high at 791. You would see it in this list every time it made a new high. So what is this looking for? It's called a momentum scan. So what is it looking for? As an example, I'm going to show you how you can see what any scan, including mine, are looking for. You just right click on the window. It'll bring up I'm sorry, I'll start from scratch. You right click on configure, okay, and then click on the summary. So this is telling you what this scan is looking for. So again, if the stock is between, in this particular case, stock is between $1 and $50, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. 100,000 shares minimum. This is what gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. Okay. So this is the screening aspect. And then we have a trigger. So if all these filter values, these what we call filters, if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay. And look at this. I mean, look what happened. See, you can see how Zilla exploded over and over again. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. You'll see it over and over again every time it makes a new high. So I mean, that was amazing because it dropped down to 747 and then it just exploded. Okay. Whereas, see if I can get rid of this. Uh, Just give me a moment. Whereas you see Zila is here, same presentation. See how it just made a new high at 840. You just won't see it over and over and over again. Corvus, you see Corvus 311, but you're seeing it over and over again. So if you like this presentation, seeing the stock over and over again as it makes a new high, then I am sharing that. It's called Momo. Or if you want this presentation so that it's you don't have a list of the same stock, then you can use this one. So if you like this, any scan, when you go to the and that's what I would do. I would take a look at you can take a look at my scans. I would take a look at all these different channels, all these theme-based channels, and click on them. You might see something, that looks interesting, momentum. Do what I did, right click, configure, summary, so you can see what it's looking for. And you think, wow, okay, yeah, I like that. Or you could say, oops, let me do it again. I like the idea, but maybe I want a different price range. No problem. Just change it. I'll change it to 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 50. Maybe I change the volume. Maybe I do, the change from the close. Maybe once you get used to using trade ideas, maybe you find a filter that you like, you add it, or maybe you take one out that you don't like. So you can customize it. What we're trying to do though, is if you don't want to make your own scans at all, we've got a lot of scans for you. Okay. Now, one thing, when I make a change in the channel, okay, when I make a change in the channel, and if I leave this channel and then I come back to this channel, the save is not saved. And the reason it's not saved is because these channels are for everybody. So the fact you want to make a change to something does not necessarily mean that's what everybody else wants. But you can take this scan and you can just take it out of the layout, right click, and you duplicate it into a free floating window. All this is in the guide. Okay. I'm not trying to go over, in any great detail, but just to let you know what the capabilities are. So you can take a scan that you like, duplicate it into a free floating window. So now that's what it's doing, free floating. And then you can save this to the cloud, save everything to the cloud. And then you can bring them back. So if you went to different channels or you had maybe one of my scans you liked, you can bring them back from the cloud and then make a layout of scans that we've created for you or some of mine and make it into your own layout. Now, of course, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. If I right click configure, instead of clicking on summary this time, I'll click on search. Now, do not get hung up about how many real-time, all these icons here, these are real-time alerts. Okay. And if I scroll down, and there are a lot of them. And when you see these icons, these are our filters. And we have a lot of them. But do not get hung up. Don't think, oh my gosh, I can't learn them all. Of course you can. I don't know them all. I probably only use 0.5% of them. But why we have so many is because, we've got lots of different, we have thousands of customers, different trading styles. So we had to create enough alerts and filters that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they're wanting to make a scan themselves. Okay. So do not get hung up on how many we have. So there's no programming language to lose. I mean, that's why they did it when the company started over 20 years ago. They figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to build their scans. Okay. And the other thing, you can use trade ideas with any broker. Okay, we do have this program, this option called Brokerage Plus, that if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually trade from within trade ideas if you want to. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, you don't have to. Even if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you don't have to use this. But if you want to, you can. It's an option. But if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter what broker you've got, you can use trade ideas. Guys, let's take a look. Wow, the market is after that giant red candle, that was the 945 candle. I know you've got this big recovery. What happened on TO with TO on the resumption? Hmm. Now this is getting ugly. This is getting pretty ugly on a 15-minute chart. And you're right, no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys. Okay, guys, let's take a look at see if they. Oh, ICPT, actually, nice little break here now. I'm not going to do what I thought it might do, but okay. I find Interactive Brokers Trade Workstation very difficult to use. Once I signed up for Trade Ideas, I can trade directly from there, I assume. Yeah, I mean, if you again, if you have to have our have to be using our downloadable application, not the web-based version. Then the simulator, sorry, Brokerage Plus is available. And if you want it, then you just connect it to your Interactive Brokers account and you can trade from within. Why do you find it difficult to use though? I mean, I know it I don't know. I've had Interactive Brokers now for almost 7 years, maybe. I think 7 years. And I'm it's not pretty, but I mean it's got your order entry, it's got your bid and ask, and I don't use the charts. I know the charts are ugly, but I never use the IB charts, so it's not an issue. But once I set it up, I haven't touched it for 7 years. But to each his own. Don't auto trade, Elon. Okay, no auto trading. You're new. No, I've never used Thinkorswim, so I have no thoughts on the plan. I think Real uses Thinkorswim. So Thinkorswim in Canada, I don't believe was available. So maybe it is now, but I'm very happy with Interactive Brokers. Hey, give me one moment, guys. I'm just trying to follow internal discussion at Trade Ideas. So give me a moment as I see what they're talking about. Excuse me. Okay, guys, I am all caught up. Well, listen, I may even take this GME. I just as a trade. I mean, if it gets over this 22, it could have some resistance around the 2320 mark. Kind of like that. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't mind trading this. But I think overall, I think it's garbage. But you know what? On any given day, certainly volume is coming in, but this is a key level right here for GME to get through. Look at this. Look where it stalled. They're right almost to the penny. You have one, two, three, four, 5, 6 days where it got up to that 23.30 area for JME, and then so there's a big sell off right here so far. All right, guys. See 11:12. So I just want to confirm it's going to be Jamie today. Jamie's listening to me. Okay, thank you, Jamie. Keep an eye on the ICPT. I mean, it has that look right now. I mean, it's already had a nice bounce, but it has that look right now that, if it gets through, say, 1350 or so, it could really have I mean, obviously it's got a lot of room. I mean, the news wasn't great. I shorted it, did okay. Was really hoping I thought maybe this could even take out 10, you know, but it is starting to move. I think the next high looking left on that 15-minute chart is 1346. So let's see what it does at that 1350 level. And if it takes that out with some volume, this could go on a bit of a run, and that is the ICPT. Here's a little earnings play, guys. RSKD. Yeah, but again, I wish hopefully, one day, not one day, but maybe one of these ones that I click on, we're going to see like a nice, huge void that it could be trade into, but not the RSKD. I mean, just look left on the on the daily chart. You see all sorts of probable resistance right around 550. So bad. It is a great break on the daily through the 200-day moving average, but probably coming into a lot of resistance. Well, I mentioned this article quite a while ago. It's just snoozing here. 130 million in the float. Really no resistance anytime soon, but just kind of that's the issue. You have a large float. You don't get the dramatic moves. So this move of 8%, and that may be it. Okay, so SIEN actually is now at a market high. Okay, so I suppose we shouldn't forget about this one. Relative volume is 66. I had the big pop up to 225. I was toying with the idea of shorting this one in the pre-market, but just as I was ready to pull the trigger, the shorts dried up for me at Interactive Brokers. There were shorts available, and then they got snapped up. Now, there weren't a lot of shorts available at any time, but there are now 10,000. So, those that were able to find the shorts at IB have covered. But this SIEN, the next high looking left, yeah, again, 210, it might stall it, even though I know it got up to 226 in the pre-market, but this might stall it. So it's not as appetizing to me. Be great if there was more room. Like $3 if you look left would be that were the next high. This would be awesome, maybe to take a look at. But now it had news after the company announced the FDA granted a 510 clearance for the company's novel port finder technology. There it is again, a little more in detail. That was the news in the pre-market. So that's what caused it to pop. Speaking of popping, look at this market. Look at this schizo market again. Remember that giant red bar at 945? Now look at this market. Talking about the debt ceiling, your debt stuff that's going on. June 1st, Armageddon. So is he saying that there was more than likely going to be a deal? Of course, there's going to be. Anybody believes that there's not going to be a deal or that the world is going to come to an end on June the 1st. All right, guys. Well, my alerts here's another one. VIRX. Let's see what it did from the 161. Let's see what it's doing right now. VIRX. No, I felt like a broken record, but when I look left, I just don't see enough room. You look left and you just see all this stuff that could block it from moving higher. A good one, Dip. Well, Home Depot had earnings yesterday, and reaction was not good. Talking about building supplies and all that, but having not a bad little rally. Took out yesterday's high, and actually, I mean, Home Depot is right back up to where it was before earnings. So this is like shrugging it off completely. Remember, this got down to 276 yesterday, and then that was the low of yesterday. Might have even been lower in the pre-market. So this has had a big move off that low of yesterday. That's Home Depot HD. Ugh, look at this. Look at the nonsensical action on the SPY now. Big topping tail. Take a look at APLD from Poe. Yeah, okay. Well, it took out yesterday. Well, it's yeah, over yesterday's high, so it's got that going for it, 625. So for the APLD, so it does have that going for it. Pre-market high was about 670, I think. 667, 664, 665. So yeah, right around 655 or so. So, it has a shot, I suppose, to get to that level. Where's the VWAP? VWAP's at 612, so it's above the VWAP for APLD. I mean, it's, okay, the trend is up. A little bit messy looking, but the trend is up. Look at this market. Ah, guys, okay, RPRX now is an all-time low. Okay, RPRX is it? Let's see, make sure of that. 3268. So it got down there. That's the all-time low for RPRX. This is like a Fed day where you see, they release minutes at 2 o'clock and the market goes up and down, up and down, up and down. So I don't know what he's saying. Is Biden actually the one talking or just the White House? But this is whatever he said at the beginning, the market loved it, then they didn't like it. No, so if it's him who's actually talking, then I'm assuming if it is, it's all about June 1st. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you, William. Hmm. All right, so ICPT stalled right at those little highs that I was looking to see if we could take them out. So it stalled right there. But right now, not much happening for me. I'm interested in that RPRX short. If it gets down into say 3260 level, I will probably take that short. It'll be an all-time low. It showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown right here, 3285. But I'm waiting for a little more confirmation that it wants to take out that low right there, which is 3268. Not far away, of course. That will be an all-time low. Guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Difficult intraday trader, but AI, at least I find it difficult. I know probably some that can probably trade this a lot better than I can intraday, but this is now really trying to fill this void, and that's AI. Because now, I mean, the next high looking left is $32. We're at 25.50 right now for AI. And meanwhile, what's happening in the SPY? So now we're having this recovery, big bottoming tail, big topping tail. Aha, look what's happening, guys. Look at my 20-day range high now. We're starting to get a lot more in here. I think yesterday we only had about two or three. 20-day range low is still, leading kind of, but at least we're starting to get stocks making 20-day range or 20-day highs with other filters in place, of course. I mean, I know there are a lot of other stocks making 20-day highs, but meeting all these filter requirements. So let's take a look at some of these. Haven't seen Joby for a while, Joby. Let's take a look at what Joby is doing. And now this is not a low float, 307 million in the float. It's got a little bit of room. I mean, Joby on a weekly chart, the next high is around 550, 551 to be exact. So this is at 515 right now. So it has a little bit of room if it wants to keep moving until it hits another area where it could stall. Uh-oh. I'm hung up, guys. I think I might be hung up. Oh no. Just give me a moment. No, I'm not. Okay. I thought I was hung up. Thought I was frozen. So I was trying to look at CCL. And of course, this is one of the cruisers. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm having a problem. There we go. Is there a way to just see stocks that accelerate up, not the ones dropping in each race from the start of the race? Well, this one only shows stocks moving up. Okay, this only shows stocks moving up from the start of the race. You will not see a stock that is, I mean, doesn't mean it's at the high of the day, but what's happened here, Janks, I should go over the races just a bit, 11:33. So what's happened here, Janks, JANX, has moved 3%. Since the start of the race, which is almost over, started 3.5 minutes ago. Now, does it mean it's going to keep going up? No. But as we speak, there's Zila, XLEA. Let's take a look at Zila. I'm not sure I understand your question. I mean, this is only showing stocks that are gaining since the start of the race. But it doesn't mean, though, that Zila, I mean, well, the race was over and the last winner was Janks. It doesn't mean, though, that Zila would absolutely continue to move higher. It's just that at the time when this race started, it was leading. Maybe I'm not understanding your question exactly. I should go over the races anyway, just a little bit here. Biggest gainers from the open. This is, excuse me, this is the race that I'm sharing. So if I right click on the race, every race starts off from a top list window. Okay, I'm going to open this top list window. And here are the stocks that make up this top list window. Now, why are these stocks here? Well, they meet certain filter requirements. So if a stock is between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares traded, up 2% from yesterday's close, it'll be in this list. Okay, it'll make it into this list. Now, again, before we had races, how you would use a top list window is that any column that you've got up here, so this one here, the C percent, is the change from the close. So if I wanted to see the stocks that were meeting all these requirements, the price range I want and the minimum volume that I need, if I double left click on this change from the close, it'll show me the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close. Okay, so there's SMFL right at the top here, 49%, IMMP 44, etc. If I want to see the stocks that have moved the most since its opening trade today, there's VIRX up 28%, IMPL, etc. So this gives you a nice little list. It shows you, but how are you going to use that to trade? I mean, is VIRX moving right now? I mean, right now it's at 28%. If I stared at it long enough and that moved to 28.2 and then 29%, sure. But what if one of these other ones were really starting to move? This RSKD at 9.7% right now. What if all of a sudden it's at 10%, 11%, 13%, 14%? Very, very hard. Or one of these ones that are buried down here. Very hard to know, obviously, to see that. So that's what the racing is all about. I run 4-minute races. I pick 4 minutes just as a, there was no hard scientific reason that I pick 4-minute races, but I did. But you can of course customize the races. For you want to have a 5 minute race, a 2 minute race, a 10 minute race. Again, it's all in the guide under the TI stock racing. So what you're seeing here is that since the race started, we're 3 minutes into this race. SMFL has moved the most. It's moved 2.4% since the race started. Okay, but you can see you can see here that stocks are jockeying for position. Now this has moved 2%. The IMPL, it's only moved 2 cents, but because it's a cheap stock, that is that is a 2% move. Now in this race, you can see some stocks that are really moving. Sometimes you'll see 5, 10, 15%, because there's the nature of I don't have any filter, which is going to like a market cap filter, which the other race that I'm sharing, the biggest large cap gainers from the open, has a minimum market cap of 500 million. So you're not going to see tremendous moves percentage wise, but it doesn't mean it's not worth watching. So what happens though is at the end of the race, there is a winner. So this has 10 seconds, 9 seconds. So it looks like, who's going to win, INPL or SMFL? It's very close, 2.16, 2.12, and the race is over, and SMFL held. And so, excuse me, SMFL today has won 6 races. That's why it's in the number 1 position. Automatically creates a top 10 list for you to watch all day long. So if you're new to trading, I'm not necessarily saying this is the best race to run. I probably, if I were new to trading, I might load my other one, the large cap gainers, just because it's just not as volatile. Okay. But now this gives you again a top 10 list. And so click on a symbol, see what's happening with the stock right now. I'll click on TIO. You might look at this and go, if it takes out the high of the day, I want to know about it, and maybe I take the trade. So you right click. I mean, I'm just using this as an example. Create the price alert, 479. You'll see a blue line is on my screen. Or maybe you're more of a dip player. Maybe you want to see if it moves back down to maybe the VWAP. Okay, and maybe I know the VWAP changes, of course, with time, but you can put a price alert around the VWAP area and see, if it moves back down, see what happens if it gets down there. Does it bounce off it, move higher, or maybe it collapses and moves through it? Yeah, I mean, again, you should look at the guide, but I mean, every top list, you see how it says launch real-time stock race. And here's where you can assign all your settings. I mean, I like to see the change from the open, but some of you might want to say, well, I want to see the ones that are having the biggest explosion in volume. Okay. It's all sorts of different types of races. I just like to see the ones that are moving the most from the open, but that's my personal preference. When I say the open, since the race started, okay, I should actually, I think I wanted to make that change. Biggest gainers from when the race started. Okay. Why I like the idea of this, especially if you're new to trading, is that you can focus it then on just a few stocks for the day instead of jumping around and clicking like mad and getting nothing done. Nice. You see how wrong I was about this one. The IMMP, I didn't like it because I thought this 210 level might stall it, but didn't listen to me. But that's my plan. Everybody should have a trading plan. And yep, things don't things don't work necessarily exactly as I think they're going to work. But you hear me all the time say, I look left, I look left, I look left, and if I see a lot of what I consider resistance not that far away, I won't take the trade. Doesn't mean it won't power through that area that I think should stall it, but it doesn't bother me. But this is now huge. I mean, now the next high looking left on the weekly, it's coming in. Now I think it should stall around 250. There's 249 is right there. But this, yeah, okay. So the trading higher after the company announced results from its phase 2 trial. Okay. And it is our single stock window kind of screwed up there. So let me load this again so I can see the float. Yeah, I mean it's not a low float either. 83 million, not high, but it's certainly not low. Out of Australia. Boy, that RPRX is just hanging around that all-time low. I'm very interested in it if it gets down to say the 3260 level. Here's the all-time low is right there on that day. 30, is that right? 3290. Oh, I didn't know that. So actually, I mean, obviously the all-time low is today's low, but for some reason I thought that low. Yeah, okay, I know why. Okay, so I have to look at the weekly chart. So 3268 looks like that's the all-time low. I have to back out the daily chart so I could see that weekly candle. All right, guys, 11:45. So in about 15 minutes, I will be taking my break. Confirm that Jamie will be in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes. Jamie is, he'll love this. Jamie is more of a scalper than I am. So if you're looking for a scalping style of trading, you might want to head over and listen to Jamie. He does more than that, okay? But he definitely has a different trading style from me. And that's the nice thing about the 12 to 1 slot. We've got 5 different traders who take over for me, and they all have different styles. Good boy. Another new high here. Oh, sorry. No, no. Yeah, another new high for IMMP. Well, again, showed up here, 229, the price at 1039. So if you didn't have the repeating version of this, okay, so this is showing. So, and all I've done here is there's a feature or an option. If I right click, and go to properties and click on, and they see where it says don't repeat. So this is a drop down menu. So if you don't want to see the stock over and over and over and over again, you can say, okay, only show me every, once a minute if it makes a new high, or every 5 minutes, 15, 30 an hour, or for the day. Just show me the one time, the first time it met all my filter requirements, and then don't show it again. But what you can do is you can click on the alert. So if you didn't have this repeating version, you could click on the alert, IMMP. You see that the alert happened at 10:39. This is all times Eastern. At 2:29, that was the price. You see there's a blue arrow on the chart. And now the arrow direction here doesn't matter. It doesn't mean, it doesn't mean take the trade, go long. And if this were on the short side, the arrow would not be down. It's just telling you the candle in which the alert happened. So you can click on the alert and you can see where the arrow is, and then you can sort of track what did it do afterwards. Okay. Well, this is on a 15-minute chart. If I had a 5-minute chart up and running, you would see the candle in which the alert happened on the 5-minute chart. Okay, so again, if you didn't have this, then you can just kind of go back in time and say, okay, show me that blue, and what did it do from there? So Zila, you can see there's your candle. You can see the price at 10:54, almost an hour ago. The price was 789. What did it do from there? Well, you can see it got up to 887. I just find that, I mean, I like to present it in both ways so you guys can see, the two different presentation styles, I suppose, the repeating version versus the non-repeating version. Meanwhile, VIRX is, again, this may not listen to me either. I thought 170 might stop it. Oh, I haven't looked at FinViz for so long. Let's take a look. A dark screen. Nope. I mean, this is what I see. Oh, something's going crazy here. Give me a moment. So the answer is no, I do not get a dark screen. Really? Got to be an option there somehow. Give me a moment. Well, you must have jinxed me because now it's a dark screen. But that's not what you saw. What I showed you before. Yeah, I don't know. I don't go to FinViz. The only time I ever use FinViz is just to show how many stocks, quickly, how many stocks are having earnings in the week. That's the only time I really look at FinViz. So it's handy for that. Okay, guys, what I'm gonna do now is I'm going to put the YouTube link in so that if you want to head over to our YouTube channel at around noon, you listen to Jamie while I take my 12 to 1 break. Oops, never mind. I put it in YouTube. Obviously, you guys are in YouTube, so you don't have to go anywhere. Boy, look at this IMMP, guys. I mean, it's just, oh man. I mean, it's not. I want to check another. I want to check another website to see whether or not that is a lower float than what we have, because that is really trading like it's a super low float. Let me just check another website. Nope, they have 72 million. We've got 83 million. So it's not a low float, but this is really moving. That's a big move, 55% with that sort of a float. So this is what I'm using now for float, Ori. Captain K, who I haven't seen for a while, but many seem to think this is probably the best one. So it's called Delusion Tracker, and I'll pop the, okay. And, it's a great site to find out where the reverse splits are. So it's a pretty cool site. And it's basically it's free. I don't pay for it. So there's the float information for IMMP. And I think they actually maybe, look at the SE, like look at the filings and all. Anyway, I don't know why they're better than any other, but seems to be. Boy, oh boy, I'm just waiting on this RPRX to see if it wants to really collapse here. It's just sort of hanging around that all-time low, RPRX. Okay, let's take a look at something like Octo. Okay, had a huge move in the pre-market, pulled all the way back, got all the way up to what, $3, pulled all the way back. Yeah, it's probably too big of a pullback. The reason I wanted to see it is that later on in the day, some of these things just get life again, but this is too big of a pullback. Shady mentioned ICPT. I think it's sitting on the VWAP. I think it is. ICPT. I think it is. 1270. Yeah. So it's right on the VWAP again. 1270 is the VWAP. So it's sitting at 1273. Oh, Jamie, you're early. I hear Jamie. I hear a little ping. That means he's in the room.
Barry,
Jamie.
very nice short on the IC. You got short the ICPT today, right?
Yes, actually twice. I actually took the short in the pre-market and I bailed, no gain, and then I reshorted it. And in the pre-market because it was down more than 10%.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I shorted it yeah, that's right. I shorted it when the market opened. And I was amazed to get the fill because it was down more than 10%, of course. But I was actually hoping it was going to collapse under 10. I don't know if you saw the news on it, but it was pretty. I mean, it's a pretty stark headline that came out. So just let the guys know that you're in there.
Sure.
You surprised me. Just give me one moment.
Sure.
Okay, guys, just give me a moment as I'm going to get the announcement in on a break. On a break. Jamie, can you go to one or do you have to leave early?
Now, top of the hour is fine, Barry.
Top of the hour, okay. And I put the YouTube link in so they can head over and listen to you. Let me just mute the main room and mute our little Discord room with our two people. There we go. Now you and I can chat. What have
Very
you
good,
been doing
sir.
today? What have you been doing today?
Well, I mean, let's just put it this way, Barry. What
Okay.
typically happens, and this is a good psychological lesson for everyone,
Mhm.
the day you're like you've been trading a certain stock really well over the past couple of months, you're like, okay, today I'm going to amp up the share size.
Ah, yes.
now, now,
You don't have to say anything more.
right. And did I lose money? No, I just didn't. I didn't make the money that I thought I was entitled to.
Mhm.
Um,
Entitled
so
to.
it's an interesting experiment because I'm like, Jamie, you're not entitled to anything. So you had to
Exactly.
flat a trade today. Oh no.
Mhm. Which one was that? Just out of curiosity.
Um, let's just say I had a very large position in LYG, and it's a stock that when you look at it, you're probably gonna go, that thing doesn't move.
Oh
But if you
my
get to
gee,
know it,
I'm
if you
just
get to
trying to
know
load it
it,
here.
it's a very liquid stock.
Ooh,
Um, but
16 billion in the float.
yeah, yeah,
Oh, it's Lloyd's. Lloyd's Bank. Oh,
yeah,
Lloyd's.
yeah,
Okay, okay.
yeah.
Lloyd's of London. Okay. Wow. You trade that, but you've been able to figure out a way most days to trade it and do well. Yeah, I look at that and I just run. I look at that
Right,
daily chart and just
right, right,
run.
right. But in any case, it just from a psychological perspective, right? Could have been this one, could have been some other, could have been
Yeah.
BBD, could have been LU, whatever, right?
Hmm.
But I caught myself, I'm like, you're in a very dangerous spot here. You better just, flat the trade and move on and not be all mad because you didn't make money, right?
Hmm.
And then, of course, got my composure, ended up going long. Of course, not as many shares, but I'm like, okay, well, you tried, it didn't
Yeah.
work. So, therefore, move on.
So I'm looking at this. I mean, like it's moved 4 cents or so. I mean, where would you have taken 4 or 5 cents, and that's it? But obviously, if you've taken a lot of shares and
Yeah,
you're
when you're in
comfortable,
30,000 plus shares,
yeah, okay,
a couple of pennies is a decent move.
right, especially with no commission, yeah,
Yeah. Anyway, that was my adventure in psychology this morning.
okay,
And, I mean, when you look at the SPY on the daily, you're just
uh,
like, well, where's the room? you know, in
hmm
these crazy fluctuations in the SPY that we've had just today. Now, I'm guessing that was some kind of White House babble,
yes,
right?
yeah, 11:15, the 11:15 15-minute candle shot up and then shot down, and then now we're back up again. But yeah, I think all to do with your June 1st, this debt ceiling nonsense that you
Oh,
guys are
gee, do
going
you think
through.
they're gonna raise the debt ceiling again?
You know what? Yes.
They
Oh,
always raise the debt ceiling. It's just like the same
uh,
old banter.
yeah.
But
It's
anyway, we'll have a day one day, maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day, where we have a big up day or a big down day, and then we'll have a
yeah.
little bit more range.
It's funny though, I mean, as you know, I'm in Canada. I don't recall ever having this sort of conversation about debt ceilings in our government. Maybe it's a different form of, I mean, it's a slightly different form of government, the parliamentary system, etc. But I don't recall ever, oh my gosh, here's a D-Day for the debt. Never.
Well, remember back in the old days, Barry,
In the old days,
and this
how
even
old do
goes
I have to
back to
be?
like when I say the old days, let me qualify that. Even going back to the mid to early 90s,
Hmm.
if you wanted political banter, you had to seek it out.
Oh, yeah.
You had to go looking for it, right?
Hmm.
Not anymore. Now it's just in
No.
your face 24/7, 365. You can't escape it. So,
Yeah.
whatever the reasons for that is, who knows, but
Okay,
all
Jamie, I
no
just took 100,000 shares of LYG. Okay, so
sell it,
I'm in
sell it,
there at
sell it.
229, and let's see if I can get up to 231. Because that's the next high looking left on the daily. Oh, wait a minute though. I've got IB. I have to pay commission, so I guess I better get out of the trade. And of course, I'm just kidding, in case anybody's wondering. All right, my friend,
Okay,
I'll take off now, and I'll see
let
you
me
in about
grab the
an hour.
screen and I will let you get to your leisure time.
Okay. All right, I see you're there, so I'll just mute myself now. Thanks, Jamie.
Okay, perfect, Barry. We'll see when you get back. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my desktop. Hmm. There's my chat. Okay, sorry it was hiding on me. Okay, so everybody can see and hear me okay. Once again, welcome to my desktop. I am Jamie. I'll be your host for the live support session while Barry takes his break. So just use this time. If you have any questions about the software, any of the windows, races, top list, alert windows, charts, whatever feature of trade ideas that you might have a question about, just use that questions panel to get it out there, and I'll do my best to answer it. So just kind of going back to the SPY here, what Barry and I were talking about. I mean, this range right here, how many days? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. About the past 9 trading days, we've been in this tight little range right here. And of course, not everything moves to the whims of the SPY, but most things do. You're going to have your exceptional uh, things that don't really care what the market's doing, like the ICPT that Barry capitalized on today, which was a very nice move to the downside. Of course, looking at that precarious $10 level, and it never got there, but who knows? After the bad news today, definitely might be one to keep an eye on moving forward. Because more than likely it's not just going to go back to sleep tomorrow. Yeah, Benson. Yeah. Uh, what I was telling Barry about in that the psychology of it is, you know, what all traders go through. The day that you upsize and the day that it typically moves in the fashion that you think it will, it doesn't. So you can either fight the trend and get yourself into trouble, or just close a position out for a flat or a small loser and go, okay, deep breaths, and let's move on. Easier said than done, though. I just happen to have a little bit of a time on my side when it comes to that. But it just goes to show you, it doesn't matter if you're a seasoned trader or new or anywhere in between. The fear and the greed demon will always come to visit, and you have to be able to manage them. All right, so another symbol I heard Barry talking about this morning was this SMFL. And we can see here the opening candle. This thing took off and beat it to new highs pretty quick here especially after we crossed over this little area right here from the pre-market. Of course, stretched out on the pre-market, but you can see once we got above this little level right here, it was off to the races. And it even kept going once it broke the pre-market high. Very nice run there from about 348 up to over 5 before the sellers took control of it again. But definitely got to be quick on your feet with this one. And as Barry likes to point out all the time, this is the type of stock where you don't want to move away from your monitor because look at the float, right? Less than a million, almost half a million, 532,000 shares in the float. So when these things get up to boogie on the upside or the downside, they can make some big moves. And of course, SMFL was all over the races from Dawn of the Dead today. And you might be saying, well, what does Dawn of the Dead mean? This is the top list that powers it. Well, there's my top list option. And this is simply looking for stocks that have been beaten down. They're now coming back to life. So great example here on the SMFL. This thing's just been slowly marching down from, wow, over 67-ish dollars. Bottoming out, let's see here, $1.72. And then look at this kind of zombie walk down here, thus the name Dawn of the Dead. It's kind of trolling around like a zombie, and then boom, comes to life and starts walking around and terrorizing the town again. But that's when we like to see him because that's when the explosive moves can happen. So that is the nature of this race here. Let's take a look at some of the other ones. Zila throwing everybody a curveball if they were getting long off the open here. Nice little rounded bottom. But as soon as we broke these highs right here, off to the races again. I did not trade that one. Nice little move off the TSP here. Not much of a pre-market range to speak of here, but it doesn't have to be a lot most of the time. That is still, that's the opening candle right there. Where did we open? 99 cents. And this little thing has run a considerable amount, huge percentage value from a $1 stock, 99-cent stock. Big move, up 35% today. X4. A little loose on the pre-market range, but you can see, and I don't know why my lines aren't showing up here. Maybe it's my color scheme. Let's see here. Yeah, for some reason, when I go to drop a line, it's just not showing up. I'll have to mention that. But needless to say, once this 186 level was cracked in the regular session, nice little run up to a little above 2, about 213 or so. Aha. So why'd you go back to that? All right, well, more than one way to skin a cat here. All right, Tim, I see you got a question there. When a stock gets good news and then it's slapped with volume, which alert works best and what value for that alert ratio? Okay, so there's kind of two parts to this question, or two different areas to address, Tim. Sure, when news hits, that can certainly drive a volume spike. but there's other ways to, there's no way to say, okay, I want to make sure there's news on it, and then let's have the volume spike. It's typically one or the other, and sometimes the volume kicks in before the news even hits, right? So let me show you a couple of different ways that I would address this while I wait for my cloud to pop up here. Okay, I remember for some reason we just use radar and I can find the original version of it. Okay, is this the one? Nope. I must have selected the wrong one here. Give me one more second. No, not options radar. We just want the volume radar. There we go. Okay, so here is a simple, well, just not having a whole lot of luck today with my volume radar search. Hold on. That was not the right one either. Okay, this looks more like it here. Okay, so as far as addressing volume goes, all right, my two favorite metrics, these are a lot of people's favorites, are A, relative volume, which you can see in this column. We'll just sort by the biggest relative volume. So right off the bat, I've got a list here that's showing me all the stocks that meet my filter criteria, which in this configuration is very basic. Stocks between 5 and 150. Average daily volume over the past 5 days of 500,000. Now, some people like average daily volume, some people do not. We could always say, okay, well, it's had to have traded 300,000 shares today. So why don't we do that? I'm more of a fan of that these days. So we don't care what the average daily volume is, as long as it's doing some volume today. We'll make that adjustment. All right, now we've got some interesting symbols up here. I don't necessarily know if these would be ones that I would trade, but we're just getting a different output here. Now, also keep in mind these columns that are displayed as well. Volume on the 1 minute period, volume on the 5 minute period, and the 10 minute period. Now, where I'm going with this, let's see who asked that question. Uh, yeah, Tim. Okay. Just because it has high relative volume does not mean it is still currently doing high relative volume. The volume can peter out on the smaller time frames, and relative volume takes a while to catch up, right? So for example, if we look at Zila, all right, yeah, this is the one we were just looking at from Dawn of the Dead with that little, you know, smiley face fake out on the open, and then smiley faces back up, has a nice run. So check out the volume levels on the 5, right, or the 1 minute, the 5 minute, and the 10 minute. Now, normal volume in these time frames, whether it's the 1, 5, or 10, is 100. It's a percentage value. So if it's doing 100, it's doing normal volume for that time frame. Well, clearly, divide 2200 by 100. We have 22 times normal on the 1 minute, over 9 on the 5, and still doing over 10 on the 10 minute. This is a great way to target stocks that are doing high relative and still maintaining high volumes on the lower time frames. Thus, when the volume is there, the move that you think might happen isn't guaranteed, obviously, but it's got a higher probability due to the volume that's coursing through the stock. And KR, I'll come back to you here as soon as we finish with the volume discussion here. I just see your additional comments there, Tim. Yeah, it doesn't have to be news. It was the best example. Okay, yeah, I got you. All right. So As far as tracking stocks with high volume, this is a great way to do it. I don't know if you've seen this list before, have you? Because if not, we can always kind of dial it in more to your liking as far as minimum, maximum prices, volume requirements, so forth and so on. Because notice some of these stocks with high relative volume are now sleeping, right? Volume is drying up completely on the smaller time frames. Now, these ones with the prefixes up here, I probably would just not even pay attention to those. But some of these are going to be liquid and tradable. Some of them are not. But as far as sensitivity goes, this is one way to do it. So let's see here. Now, if we go back to the traditional, you'll notice it changes the output. We don't get the crazy symbols, but we keep a lot of the symbols that we saw uh, prior, right? And let me tell you, I'm more of a fan when I'm looking at lower time frame volume of the 5 minute. Okay. It just seems to, I don't know, things can spike on the 1 minute and then die very quickly. But if we're seeing higher averages across the board on the 5 and the 10 minute, that's typically what I like to pay attention to. So I tell you what, we're going to get rid of 1 minute. You got to use a custom and a top list for that anyway. And then I've got position and range here too. So I can quickly take a glance and go, okay, ICPT is close to, or excuse me, VICO, without even looking at a chart, is close to its high. I pull up VICO. Maybe I'm thinking to myself, well, if this thing, it's tightening up right here, button up against the 10 period on the 5, right? These two bars have set the low. Maybe I want to take a stab if VICO breaches new highs at 1028, assuming the volume is there, because we got a little bit more gap to fill. We could get a nice little move, right? But this is a quick way to resort the list. By default, it's on relative volume. Let's say I wanted to scout out things that might be ready to pop to new highs if the consolidation or the pattern is conducive. All right. In GMS, looks like it's spent most of its fuel, but it's tightening up. Ooh, rare. Boy, they just got the buy algo on that one today. But you can see there's a lot of different ways to sort for things that you might have an interest in. Okay. Big, not the prettiest range, but nice and tight. It might have a little room if it gets through there, right? So different ways to sort, whether it's relative volume. Let's just say we want to go straight to the things that have the craziest 5 minute volume. Well, INFN, 26 times normal. There's Zila again. So it's always going to give you quite a few symbols exhibiting high volume to check out the pattern and see if it's conducive to your trading style. So I tell you what I'll do, Tim. I'll drop this volume radar the way it is right now into the chat, and then we'll go over one more method. Okay, so there's the cloud link for volume radar. And once I go over this next alert window, KR, I'll come back and we'll talk about GDC. Okay, so another way, a top list is going to update periodically, and just any stock that is not meeting the filter requirements will drop off, and we can see the refresh time up here. All right, the last refresh was between 11:21 my time and 3 seconds, 11:21 and 32 seconds, right? So not the fastest, but fast enough for general purposes. Now, I'm going to duplicate an existing alert window and just kind of blank it out here because we do have strong volume and 1 minute volume spike. So 1 minute volume spike, it's a little too, let's just say, busy for me, but strong volume and unusual number of prints. Even though it doesn't say anything about high volume here, it's looking at an above normal amount of prints that are hitting your time and sales. Every time a trade is made, if you're watching your time and sales, you can see the trade size along with the price the trade occurred. So that is also a form of volume. Hey, this stock is having a lot more prints than it normally does. But if we say, let's just install strong volume, make sure we have a quality column just to get the input. And then we just sketch out some generic filter requirements here. Make sure we're looking at all symbols and all markets. And we can see here in the quality column and the description, currently at 1 times average daily volume. All right, so let's see, 2 million. I don't know which average it's using, but looking down here, the 3 month says 2. It's almost done. Well, it's just done 1.6 million. So it's probably using one of the smaller time frame volume metrics. And of course, it's not a magic bullet. But if we started scrolling through and looking at some of the symbols, then what you're going to also notice is a correlation with high relative volume. Now, just because they're coming through here, since we have such bare minimums on the filters, doesn't necessarily mean that you would trade the stock. Obviously, that's going to be dependent on the chart pattern and what it is that you like to see. So when we're seeing these things like cores, I mean, I like to trade thin or weird stocks, but I don't think I'd touch that one with a 10-foot pole. So you may want to play around with this alert and just try some different filter settings on there. But as far as high volume goes, alerts are limited. My favorite ones, of course, here we also have high relative volume, right? I forgot about this one. Guys, give me 1 second here. Sorry about that. Just had to silence my pesky phone. Okay, so getting back to the alerts that we were talking about here, ICPT doing some crazy relative volume. We can see over here 15.87 and currently doing 14 times normal 5-minute volume. Now, remember not too long ago before the session started, Barry was talking about it. I was kind of scoping it out down here, and Barry was talking about, well, it might get some legs here. So I was dabbling around, down here, and I put some stops in and closed down my trading software. So apparently, I'm still in it. We'll see if it holds up. Speaking of, another thing that I'm currently in with a stop is Boyle. Now, I wish I could drop a line here, but I'll have to do a manual one. Right there. Of course, that's not straight, but got long right here. And sticking to my guidelines on opening range breaks, where is my stop? If this is the entry candle here, 5, 10, 15, my stop is down here. Okay. And these ETFs are notorious for immediately gravitating back to your entry level. Okay. But if you know that and you're prepared for it and you stick to your rules, which in my case, when I'm playing an opening range break, here's the entry point, 5, 10, 15. That's the lowest point of the prior 15 minutes before the entry signal. So I should still be in that one as well. And I hope you guys can't hear that annoying dog barking. One of the neighbor's dogs got out and it just has chosen to sit in front of my house all morning and bark incessantly. So if you hear a dog yapping in the background, it's not mine, it's someone else's. All right, Tim. Yeah, play around with that list, modify it, duplicate it, change it up. Just save the original version to your cloud. That way you won't be without it. All right, so I need to scroll back here to KR. And KR was talking about what stock was that? GDC dropped from 720 to 604 on a 2-minute candle. It's more than 11%, but it didn't halt. All right, well, let's pull that sucker up here. And let's just look at the time frame you were referencing. Okay, so I'm assuming you're talking about this candle right here. We went from 718 down to 602, and usually that would be a volatility halt, but you're saying it did not halt. Where's my halt resume at? I mean, I believe you. I just kind of wanted to pull it up here. Did I kill my halt window here? Oh well, easy enough to retrieve. Well, that's not what I'm looking for. Just GDC, and I'm assuming we're going to see nothing here. Yep, definitely no halt. Now, why is that the case? And to tell you the truth, off the top of my head, I don't know. I've wondered that about some other stocks. I'm like, this thing's getting crushed or it's going up some ridiculous amount. Um, why did it not halt? And to tell you the truth, I just don't know. Because usually they're going to halt that thing for volatility. Hello. Not sure. Oh, okay. This must be a new issue. She's just getting one bar. All right. Yep. So a nice a lot of these stocks being halted on volatility with smaller moves. So, great question, KR. I don't know. I don't know why CDT didn't halt or GDC. But I tell you what, let me ask some of my other larger brained individuals and maybe they can tell me. And we'll see if anybody has an answer for you. Okay, we'll see if somebody else has that answer, KR. I'm curious to know as well. Okay, Benson, is there like a library with 100 plus scans, etc., where you could search on various types of scans? Well, we do have lots of pre-configured scans. It really just depends on what it is that you're looking for. Um, are you relatively new to the software and familiar with the channels and all that good stuff? Because I'd be happy to go over that with you. And then I see your other question, Benson, as well. Do I typically use a 15-minute moving window for the orbs or just a breakout during the first X minutes from the day open? Okay. So let's talk about this first, and then, I can kind of walk you through the channels and, show you how to find and test out different windows. Okay. All right. So if you're familiar with the channel bar, Benson, let's just talk about that real quick. It's the best way to do it is just to spawn a new dock channel bar. And, you're going to have access to all the different channels of different topics, after hours, momentum, pre-market. So this is a great way to, to scan different channels and just take the windows that you think are going to benefit you the most and either keep their original form or modify them to your liking, right? Momentum, anchored VWAP, uh, the whole of alerts goes very deep and top list. So that's one way to do it. Now, if you want to get ancient, if we go into a configure from an alert window, this is how we used to do it. All these little folders that you can open over here: bullish strategies, bearish strategies, neutral strategies, right? So this is some of the older archives that we have. So that's another way to do it as well. And of course, do not forget about Market Explorer, which is a little bit different. But once we spawn the Market Explorer, we have many, many strategies in here to check out. The latest of which is the anchored VWAP. What do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 different anchored VWAP scans with more to come. Okay, but getting back to your other question, do I typically use a 15-minute moving window for the opening range breaks? Well, we do have the alerts for orbs, but I prefer to watch for them. I guess the best way to describe it is just from a manual perspective, right? That's really what I'm watching these windows for. These are these windows right here, my liked lows, liked highs. Typically, this list is going to be pointed to a list of about 15, 16 stocks that I like to keep tabs on. And I also will take whoever's going to be reporting earnings today, um, before the bell, after the bell. And I'll also watch stocks that reported earnings yesterday. And as I'm getting, hey, Playboy hitting a new high, I'm simply going to pull it up and see if the pattern is conducive. Let me get back to 5 minutes here. Okay. Playboy, not the best example. Let's see. What about iHeart? Yeah, this is a little stretched out right here. Of course, since I can't drop my line for some reason, this was the area of interest right here. All right. We put in a low down here, put in a high, then we're range bound. We creep back up to that level and boom, we break out right there. So keeping in mind that a stock cannot be, an opening range break is not possible without the stock hitting a high, right? So that's why I use new high. And then you can see here, I've got my next high low to tell me, okay, obviously everybody knows Goldman Sachs is always going to have a little room because it's a big dollar stock. I like to keep Goldman Sachs on my radar because, if it's moving big one way or the other, well, then that might tell me that, the other brokers or maybe even some banks might be in play. Um, but not a bad setup here. I didn't trade Goldman today, but had I seen this, I might have taken a few shares. Notice when it breaks right here, top, top, and then boom, it finally, moved through the 326 level, consolidated for a little bit longer, and then made a run on up to 328, right? So if you took the trade here, this would have been your risk level. Not the prettiest, but it meets the criteria. Because these breaks, they can happen at any time of the day. FINV trying to do it to the downside, doesn't have a whole lot of room here, probably getting ready for a bounce. All right, Boyle's still working. Okay, and if Boyle continues, it might move another 20 cents here, right? Now, where's this value coming from? The same thing that myself or Barry would be looking for um, if we were just looking to the left here. We're getting into this candle from yesterday, and it put us up at 350, which is basically the high of yesterday. That's going to be that short-term level of supply if it does choose to continue higher. But once again, that's exactly how I found Boyle today. Now, it's not every day that Boyle sets up. Yesterday, it set up to the downside and had some nice follow through. Today, because I was aware of that, and if we look at the move from yesterday, it's the exact opposite of what we have today, right? Low, and of course, right about here, since I can't draw a straight line manually, um, that was the area of interest to the downside. And you can see this thing, once again, remember what I said earlier about these ETFs and the crazy price action? Here's the entry point. All right, yay, it's working, it's working. Boom. If you didn't take the money here, right back up to that entry level before the biggest release of the day, right? Because you could have taken some off, you know, um, here, but how would you have known, you know? So keep that in mind. If you're trading an ETF, more times than not, playing these range breaks, they will revisit that level, all right? So a lot of the times I just go small size on the first time. When it comes back up, then I'll put on some more size or just leave it alone. But it's always gonna try to spook you, right? That's why we have a rule set. Okay. I don't care about this action. Once I place the bet, 5, 10, 15, 5, 10, 15, if you want to make this trade, that's your stop level. Otherwise, if you want to scalp it for a few pennies, great. But more times than not, they're going to revisit that entry level. That's just the nature of some of these ETFs. No rhyme or reason to it other than probably just trying to spook retail traders out. Okay, and back to today. Doing the same thing, but to the upside. Even the revisit to the entry level. But since my stop is way down here, I don't care. I'm going to let it do its thing. I either make 20, 30 cents or I flat, or, by the time the session is over, yeah, another 20 minutes, no sweat. Ah, I see, Benson. You're just talking about our favorite scans. Well, I'm a, I'm a, I like to refer to myself as a simpleton, right? I do the same thing all the time. I look for the same thing all the time. If it's not there, then, you know, once again, let's use the hunting analogy. I could have a million different windows up here, but that's just going to distract me, right? Um, so keep it simple, silly. That's what I always tell myself. And everybody's going to have a little bit different style, a little bit different of a take. Um, Barry is a day trader, not so much a scalper. I used to be a scalper back in the old days, but that went away for a very long time. And to be honest, I never really thought I'd be scalping again because it was just, you couldn't beat commissions, right? Um, and then all of a sudden, I don't know if you'd call it a black swan or what, but it's certainly something that I don't think a whole lot of people ever saw coming. And that is the advent of commission free trading. That's changed the landscape, right? So scalping is now a viable option for those who have the mindset for it. Okay. Because if you don't have to beat commission, well, it's like taking the shackles off. That is correct, Benson, because these range breaks can happen at any time of the day, right? Lord have mercy. Now, this is just a dream right here. I've not even looked at this stock today, but I wish I would have. All right. So this thing was just sleepy, sleepy until this bar right here. So look down here, just snoozing at the 619 level. Boom, it pops out. Now, let's be honest here. If I saw it and it was up here at the top, I would have, I would not have liked to have chased it. But look what we got in the next 5-minute candle here, kind of a regression right back down to that level. And boy, 353 million shares in the float, and this thing looks like it's trading like a low float. So, you know, plenty of time to get some stock right here and have a pretty small risk level. Even if we 621 here, 610, what are you looking at? A dime risk, right? But more importantly, we had confirmation as it went ahead and just said, you know what? Bam, bam, bam. I'm going to break out again. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's just been skyrocketing for 20 minutes. Looks like it's finding the top. And just like a magic, where are we lining up against? Okay. All right. Looks like it might have a little room up to 860. But, having to go all the way back here to February to see where this thing might stop. I'm sure this is news driven. I'm just trying to see what might be causing this. Shareholder meeting. Earnings are behind us. Not really not really seeing what's pushing this thing. These were yesterday. And then today we're talking about an annual shareholder meeting. So more than likely news driven. But what a nice long play for those who are fortunate enough to be in it. Well, there's not one scan, Tim. Notice that, okay, where did the break occur here? Let's take a peek. It was definitely this candle right here, which was the 11 o'clock, which encompasses 11 to 11:05 my time. Okay, so let's do this. Now, before we talk about this, whereas I said these are pointed to a custom list, these are not. These are just looking for stocks that meet a very simple filter criteria. got to average 1 million shares over the past 5 days. Here's me installing one of my favorite volume filters, 3, and we're only looking at small dollar stocks between 1 and 15, right? So a lot of the times when these come across, if it's conducive, which this really would have been conducive, um, about as conducive as anything I've seen in a long time. But w- let's see if it got it at the right time. We'll just point to BHC and do a little search here. What did I say? That was the 11 o'clock candle. Okay, so the big volume didn't really kick in according to this scan until we were already up at 648. All right. So it didn't find this one because the volume wasn't high enough because it was so sleepy. But almost like this second break even better because it tells you, okay, something's going on here. Big green bar, retrace back down, but now it's going to pop it again. Okay. So at that 648 level. So the high of that candle was 634. So it was just as it broke out over that level and about right there. Okay. So this one would have found it right there at a very opportunistic point. But you have to keep in mind there's lots of symbols coming through here. So most of the time, when I'm watching this window, I'm just pulling it up and immediately going yes or no. Okay. Now, the only way it's going to be a yes is if we have something like this, where it's a nice and conducive. Oh, yeah, I keep forgetting. For some reason, my lines aren't dropping. TSP, nice and conducive. Okay. Now, kind of like what I said earlier, you're going to get some pullback sometimes. They're not going to go immediately. But if we were using, I think we would 5, 10, 15. So the stop would have been down here. It would have thrown a few curveballs at you. But if you're using the stop of the prior 15 minutes and not worrying about being down a little bit, then you would have stayed in this trade. Okay. But the only reason this one was a yes is because we had a defined range and we had this nice little wedge building up here. It pops above. All right. That looks clean. Throws a little bit of a wiggle. But if we adhere to the prior 15-minute low, then we stay in the trade. Have to sit a little bit of a red, but then we get a lot of green. That's when some of the best trades are a little red at first. Got to make everybody sweat. Got to make it not easy. And of course, sometimes you get the ones that go immediately, but you know, nature of the beast. So once again, Tim, not necessarily the higher probability is predicated on how tight the chart pattern is when you get the new high alert. Now, if it's way extended, let's say I wasn't paying attention and I like to get the first breaks. I don't really like to, if I'm in the first break and it presents itself again and it feels really strong, then this might have been a good place to add to it. And look, it even does it again over here for another ad. All right. Sometimes they're just buying the heck out of them all day. But if you're in this one, gives you more confidence to add. And if it's still working, confidence to add. But if I've missed the first move, I typically don't like taking the second setup as my first entry because it's hard enough finding quality patterns as it is. So Tim, you let me know if that makes sense. Yeah, I didn't really get any feedback on my GDC thing there. Still unknown as to why GDC did not halt. All right, looks like we're all caught up on questions. Let me know if I missed anything. Be happy to go back. Okay.
Another reason not to ever listen to me.
Come again, Barry?
I always like to do the teaser, Jamie. I said another reason never to listen to what I have to say. Take a look at IMMP. I don't know if you've seen this one.
Okay. Ooh, that's pretty.
Oh, ooh, yeah, no kidding. Ooh. So when we saw it this morning and I was looking left, as I always do, I said, you know what, guys, I just think it's going to have a really tough time to get through two. There's 208. And even if it does that, then there's that 224. I don't like it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Nobody was asking me my opinion. It wasn't like somebody said, "What do you think of this one?" Or it happened to come up on a scan I had, and but when I looked left, I said, "Nah, I just don't like it," and oh, it's just unbelievable. The unbelievable thing for me is that look at the float, 83 million in the float. This
Yeah,
is
and it's
not like
doing
one of these. Yeah, I mean,
incredible
it's doing
volume today.
incredible volume, 749 times normal, but the float is big. I mean, it's up 100%. You don't often see
Yeah.
that unless you've got like a 1 or 2 or 5 million float. And there's some news, but it's just. But
Well, yeah,
it
that's
doesn't
what's kind
really.
of confusing me about this one,
Which is this one? Let me.
BHC.
Oh yeah, the Bausch.
Look at this,
Yeah,
353 million shares in the float,
yeah,
trading like it's a low floater.
yeah. Yeah, that was showing up on my one of the races I've gone, and yeah, you're right. I was actually listening to you, and I could not see any headline about why it's happening.
I
There was
know.
some. There's got to be a reason, but
Oh, Barry,
because
you
that
might know
is
the answer as to why
no,
that stock didn't halt.
no, the GDC. No, I mean, as you know, it's some kind of a computer program that just kicks in, and from whatever reason, it's possible, even though it looks like it should have. Maybe there was something that just didn't meet all the parameters. It's like all the questions we get, Jamie. How
Well,
come this
yeah.
stock didn't show up in my scan? And we look at the filters. There's your answer, Mister Whoever.
Barry, I'm going to need
Uh,
you to call the exchange and ask
yeah,
them why that stock didn't show up.
exactly, exactly. When those sort of, I mean, it's interesting to perhaps know why, but when those sort of things happen, I just, oh well, I mean, it's not. It's a curiosity. That's all it is, really. Look at the spy, Jamie.
I
Holy
know, I
smokes.
know.
I guess you guys are going to fund June 1st. Okay, I guess it's all over.
Let's see here.
Wow.
Yeah, Boyle's still got a little bit of room to go. I don't trade many ETFs, but I like trading Boyle from time to time when it sets
I
up.
heard you talking about Boyle,
Mhm. Well,
and
it's just a simple range break.
wow,
But
it's cheap.
it had a big
Oh,
day yesterday to the downside, so
yeah, no kidding.
it's just doing the reverse of what it did yesterday.
Mm-hmm. I can't believe how cheap it is.
Yeah, it's an ETF that hasn't been around for very long.
Is it a three timer?
I'm not sure. Just Ultra Bloomberg Natural Gas.
I want to see if it's a three-time. Yeah, I can't see. But yeah, I don't trade these guys at all. But I know there are people in the room that have traded Boyle and Drip and Dust and all these crazy ones. I love the names they come up with. You know,
I know, and check.
but
I mean, look at this. I mean, okay, we topped out at $140. Like this looks like one of these crappy IPOs
yeah,
announced on
exactly.
here. So who knows? It might go away. I mean,
hmm That might go
ETFs have been
away.
known to do that.
That's right.
Well, Barry, have you
Wow.
stocked up on? Are you getting all your Beyond Meat products?
Oh, jeez. You know, it's funny, Jamie. I mean, I tried it a long time ago, and I didn't really like it. You know, I wasn't in it for the health or anything like that. I was just wanted to to see what it tasted like,
Yeah.
and I didn't really like it. But the other one that is there's another one I can't remember what the name is, and I thought it was actually quite nice. I just can't remember what the name is. It's another big one. I'm not even sure they're public, or if they're public, they're owned by a food company. Okay, so they're not maybe
Right.
trading completely on their own. But I never really liked the taste of Beyond Meat, but boy, what a wow.
Well, it probably just
What
depends on if you like ground up bamboo and sawdust. If you don't really like eating sawdust, you're probably not going to like it very much.
yeah, well, yeah, you're right. But this other one had a crunchy taste to it and actually tasted more like a hamburger if I closed my
Oh, that
eyes and
must be the
somebody,
that must be the crickets.
maybe impossible meat. I think a perfect circle. I think that's it. Impossible Meat. I think that's the one. And it was in the the same section. It's a long time ago though that I tried it. I thought, okay, this is not too bad. You put enough ketchup and mustard and relish on it, and it kind of masks any taste.
Yeah, I remember when
That
I was
that
all
that you might.
back into the no meat thing a very long time ago. I prided
Hmm.
myself on making a really good vegetarian chili dog
Hmm.
until I found out how bad all that stuff was for you and went back to meat.
Right.
But anyway, that's a story
Well,
for another time.
you used to do the no sugar thing for a month, right, or something like that, or
Correct, and I'm on that. I'm walking that tightrope again, Barry.
oh, okay.
hmm
And what does that mean? I mean, is it because there's virtually everything's got sugar? So
Yeah.
what does that mean?
So you just have to look at all the ingredient level, you know, ingredient
Ooh, look at
lists.
ICPT. Sorry. Look at ICPT now on the move here.
Yep, and I should be still in it, Barry,
Good.
because when you were talking about it down here, I took a little bit and just set a stop slightly below these levels, and so when I'm done here and I log back onto my trading platform, I should be greeted with a green position in ICPT and boil.
Excellent. Excellent. All right, my friend, it's now 1 o'clock, so I shall let you go.
Alrighty.
Always nice talking to you, Jamie. So let me just grab the screen. There we go. Okay, I've grabbed the screen, so you are now free, my friend.
Very good, sir. Nice talking to you, Barry, and we'll see you next time. Bye bye,
You bet.
everybody. Bye.
All the rooms there. I've unmuted myself in all the rooms, so give me one moment as I make one adjustment. There we go. So, guys, I was just talking to Jamie. You guys didn't hear me, but I was talking to Jamie and I was saying, you know, nobody should ever listen to me because remember what I was talking about with the IMMP? We saw this one, excuse me, I saw this one right about here, right at $2, right on that little pop there. Remember, I was saying, well, I don't really like it. Come on, weekly chart. I have to show you the weekly. Don't really like it. I thought there'd be too much resistance right around here, right around there at 208 on the weekly chart. And then I said, even if it got through that, then there's stuff at 220. Look at it now. Wow, wow, wow. Unbelievable. Now, nobody asked me my opinion. I was just giving my opinion because it showed up on a scan. And so, but I was talking about it, saying I don't really like it because of the looking left. Yeah, SGE. I have that one. Actually, I have that one hearted. So let's just see what SGE. I do have a price alert. I think at 4 for this for SGE. Yeah, I have a price alert for 4, and that's the high of yesterday. That's the an IPO from yesterday. So, there's a part of me that says if it takes out that high right there, I want to know about it. Doesn't absolutely mean I'll take the trade, but I certainly want to know about it. Sam Paul, thank you. Yeah, so Trader Tim, it's really hard to what do you mean by support and resistance levels? I could ask 10 different traders and they could say, well, that's where I think support is and that's where I think resistance is and so I'm going to give you a pretty frank answer. No, I don't think there's any way to see volume spikes at support and resistance levels. It's a very, it's to me, I mean, look at me. I say I look left. And if I see a high or something, if I'm trying to go long something and I see a high close by, I consider that a resistance level. Is it always? Of course not. And some people might say that, well, that's stupid. That's just one day. It's got to have a big consolidation at that, and that's fine. So it's really difficult. No. So the answer is really no. But horizontal lines. But what? Like, where are you gonna draw your own horizontal lines, or really the answer is no, Tim? Okay. I Oh. You know what moved for you guys? Yes, Liam. APLD. APLD moved. It did move. Yeah, we were waiting on that one for a long time. It had taken out the hive yesterday, but it was just sort of, look at this choppy action for quite a while. That's about 2.5 hours. And then finally, when it took out the 640 level, it started to move. Yeah, well, and again, when you say horizontal lines, what horizontal lines are you actually talking about, Trader Tim? Okay, I mean, if you can define, I mean, you can set price alerts where you think there's you know, um, a resistance area or a support area. You can easily set price alerts there, and then just walk away from the trade, or not walk away from the chart. Don't have to stare at it any long. And if you get the price alert, then it'll come up on your price alert screen. Click on the alert, and then see do you still like it or not. Okay, so this is what I would do. If this is not the greatest example, but on the IMMP, okay, Tim. So when I look left, so let's just say, for argument's sake, if you can see on this weekly chart for IMMP right here, and the high is around 209. Now, and when I saw this, the price was just around $2. I could have set a price alert right there, saying to myself, okay, if it takes that out, I want to know about it. Okay, and that's what I didn't, because I thought, okay, even if it took that out, I thought there was, some more potential resistance not that far away. But if I had seen, if you can see my weekly chart, and if all this stuff that's like all these highs on the weekly chart were underneath, the 208. In other words, if these candles weren't here and they were below, then this is exactly what I would have done. I would have set a price alert at 208 and walked away from it. Okay. And then if I get the alert, it would have popped up on my price alert screen. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. I'll put a price alert right there just to show you how it pops up. See how it popped up on my screen? My price alerts window popped up on my screen. Okay. And so let's pretend that I put the price alert here at 208. And when I looked left, there was nothing until 3. Absolutely 100%. I would have put a price alert. It would have popped up on my screen. And then I would have said to myself, okay, it's at that level. Do I still want it? Is there something else going on? Maybe that's going to detract me from taking the trade. So I think using our price alerts window is, you know, and I think it's an definitely underutilized, and I use it all the time. Okay, so how to set a price alert? So it's really simple. So I can go any chart, okay, and all I have to do is, sorry, is right click, Well, okay, let's get another one. Let's take BHC. Okay. BHC up and running. So let's say I wanted to put a price alert right at the high of that candle here on that 15-minute candle. So you see how hopefully you can see on my 15-minute chart how the dotted line is moving up and down. So I can eyeball it. If I can eyeball it, and I'll just put that dotted line, a little lagging. I put that dotted line right at 783. Okay. Then I right click and create the price alert. Now notice it says 785. So if I don't mind it being 785, or I could type it in. I could type in 790 or whatever. I don't usually put any notes. I don't need really any notes. And then I just save it. And that's it. Super simple. And then there's a blue line that'll show up on the chart. And if BHC hits that price, that blue line will turn green. That price alert window, as I demonstrated, will pop up on your screen. And then you click on the alert and you say, okay, do I still want this? Okay. Now that is all in the guide also, setting price alerts. So, I mean, I don't expect everyone and, you or anybody else who's listening to me to necessarily, they don't have to remember everything I say. And that's why we have a guide. So when you click on, oops. So when you click on my homepage link and then scroll down until you see the education section, click here on the education section. And you click on the user guide, and then you will find a section called price alerts right there. Okay. So, I mean, I don't mind going over these things, relatively quickly, but just know that everything is in the guide. So if you forget, man, I can't remember what he said, just go to the guide, and 9 times out of 10, it will be a heading on its own. Okay. And when it's this important, when it's an important feature, how to put a sound alert, in your alert windows, things like that. Well, it depends on the news, of course, but I mean, I looked at IMMP and I saw the news. It is a little pharma, thinking, okay, really, is that news going to propel it to do this? I mean, okay, it was phase two. If it was phase one, I'd probably discount it completely. Phase two it gets me a little interested. Phase three, a lot more interested when it's a pharma. Okay. But it didn't that did not influence me enough to say, oh, that's not going to be resistance. Okay, that 208 is not going to be resistance because that news is so fantastic. And I mean, it doesn't really bother me that I miss this. It doesn't really, because tomorrow or even later on in the day, there could be another one like this. But I have to stick to my rules, my plan, and look left, look left. If I don't like what I see, I move off it. It doesn't mean I'm going to be right, that it's going to stall where I'm looking left. It doesn't mean that, but I'm just comfortable doing it that way. All right, now BHC is halted on pending news. Okay, they're halted on the way down. Speaking out for reports, court ruling in a patent dispute with Norwich Pharma. Court issued an order denying Norwich's motion to modify judgment in the case of Salix Pharmaceuticals. Is that it? Yeah. Soared 40% after a court ruling related to the company's patent suit versus Norwich Pharma over Xifaxan. So there was news. So on the surface, that news looks good, right? And that's what popped it. But since then, it has kind of given it up. Now, what happens once it comes out of the halt? No, well, this is not a volatility halt. So a news halt, this could, I don't know how long it's going to last. There's no, I mean, maybe if you go to a website, they may say, "Yeah, we're going to reopen at 1:30 Eastern or 2 o'clock." It's possible, but when it's a news halt, it's kind of up in the air. Exactly. News halts can last as long as they want to, in theory. I mean, this was obviously the reason, so it took 30 minutes before it actually got halted because of the news. Now, IMMP, can this be shorted by me? No. No shorts available. At Interactive Brokers. And again, I just want to talk about shorts being available because I would say we get, I don't know, 2 or 3 times a week. People say, why can't you guys have a filter, for when shorts are available or not? And hopefully it makes sense. It's an impossibility because who knows if your broker has shorts available, and my broker doesn't. So how would we have a filter that says yes, there are shorts available, or no, there are not shorts available? Okay, because all brokers are not necessarily the same in terms of the short availability. I was going to watch. I forgot to, but BR, I was going to watch Home Depot today because, yeah, what a great. I mean, they've shrugged off that earnings report of yesterday like nothing. I mean, remember, this was, and might have been a bit lower even in the pre-market, but market hours, this was 277, 293 now. And, breaking above the day before its earnings report. Like nothing happened. Yeah, news halts are not fun. I mean, even a volatility halt is not necessarily fun unless it's, you're in a stock and it's the first halt of the day and it's been moving higher. Typically the first move is going to be okay, typically, but a news halt can go either way. The only clue could be, but I'm not seeing it. Let's just see. So the only clue could be, here's you don't see the symbol, but this is BHC. So it is halted at 741. And if this were if the feeling, I suppose, was that okay, when it comes out of this halt, it's going to explode because of the news, you would see maybe 770, 780. This is the potential for the open. Okay. But we're not seeing anything really. Now, what we're not seeing is like six. Okay. So if you're in this one right now, it's really hard to know where it's going to open. And this blue screen you see here, blue window you see here, is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Your broker should have something similar. Meanwhile, IMMP made another new high. So you guys are talking about CVNA, okay, Carvana. Now this is just my opinion, a meme stock, but let's take a look at what it's doing. Yeah, I mean no disputing the fact it's come off 670 a few days ago. Mention of the private exchange withdrawal deadline and early exchange. This is today, okay? So what happened on this day? This is the day I took off for Paris, May the 5th. So see if I can find the news. The Carvana committee says the Delaware class action should be tossed. Okay. I don't know if that's the reason for this move here, but hmm. Oh, it was actually earnings also on, okay. CVNA probably after hours, right? Because the move was on the next day. It was probably after hours. Oh, come on. Here we go. So it was a May 4th, but after hours. So the big action was on the next day. So they must have said something that they say, well, I guess we're not going to go bankrupt. Well, my RPRX did not. I'm not. I'm still not in it yet. I thought maybe it would take out this area down here, and it touched it, and I was thinking about it, but it just didn't really. No follow through. You can see what it did. All right, guys, 120. I think I'll do my video now. So, excuse me. Okay, so I'll mute myself now. Back around, what time is it now? 120. So say 1:30. Okay, guys, I'm back, but I actually have to make a quick, hopefully, a very quick phone call. Okay, so I might be, I don't know, 10 minutes or so. So I'll keep that 1:30. Maybe I should make it 1:35. I can't do that. Okay, just give me a moment. Is it 127? Say 140. Okay. All right, guys, I'm back and I may have to take a call. I made a call and I had to leave a message, so I may have to take a call, but let's get back into the swing of this now. Wow, what a day. Why do I say that every day? Because every day is what a day. Seriously. Doesn't matter what the market's doing, doesn't matter. I mean, trade ideas, we can always find these little gems for a while anyway. I call them gems for a while. Maybe somebody can explain this to me. So this BLCO is still trading. It's called Bausch and Lamb. Is this? I mean, I can read BHC is Bausch also, both health companies. So what is the deal here? BLCO is trading. What is the absolute tie-in with BLCO? Well, first of all, that's a Canadian company. I do know. I think they're out of Quebec. And this is still, oops. And still, so I mean, there's obviously a tie-in. Oh, I see. Thank you, William. Okay, thank you very much. So BLCO is eye care only, and Bausch is the one with the drugs. Okay, I think they're out of. I want to say Lachine. Oh, Vaughan. Okay, APLD guys. APLD. Look at that thing go now. We're getting into maybe my favorite time of the day, after 2 o'clock. We start to see some of these ones that were kind of dormant for a while. Obviously, APLD moved a little bit before that, but we're starting to see some of the ones that were kind of dormant, and then all of a sudden, in the last couple of hours, they just take off. So this drug Xifaxan is owned by BHC. Okay, so 1320, so that's 120 upholds the final judgment that prevents FDA approval. Wow. So they've got a. So if I'm reading this correctly, is this are these guys Salix? No, not Salix, but Norwich. Are they a generic drug manufacturer? And so now Bausch is protected from any competition until October 2nd, 2029. Is that how that works? Competition in that particular drug. Is that what that means? Yeah, Salix is part of it, but so it's against Norwich. I'm assuming Norwich is some kind of a generic drug manufacturer. So when it comes out of the halt, I mean, it seems like good news. I mean, obviously the cat was out of the bag right here, but it seems like it should be good news once it comes out of the halt. Just have to wait and see. Look at ICPT, guys. Right on. ICPT. Got Jamie into this. Yeah, the float is high, but the thing is, I would talk about, what's going to move a stock when the float is so high. It has to be some extraordinary news, and obviously, this can be the extraordinary news. Hey guys, how is EPOW doing after its ugliness early? Yeah, so ugly. CLF curling back. Okay, let's take a look at CLF. So again, don't listen to me, but what I see is a lot of resistance not that far away. But I said the same thing about IMMP. All right, guys. I'm still kind of like moderately interested in this octo, just because I don't think it's ever going to get back to the highs of the day. But look what it's doing right at $2. It's just kind of hanging in there. The VWAP is at 245. Only has 2 million in the float. Now that's a massive pullback, but you just never know. So here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick an alert at around 220, just around 220 to see if it starts to move at all. The only issue is we'd have the VWAP to contend with at 245. But I think if you get some movement and on volume, I mean, look at the volume. All the volume, most of the volume was in the pre-market. And then of course the 930 candle. But other than that, look at the volume is just completely dwindled. But if all of a sudden we get some volume coming in, okay, this could have another run. You know what's had a nice recovery is DOCS, DOCS. Ooh, these charts. Yeah, look at this DOCS. I mean, it's still down for the day, but it has been recovering most of the day. After that initial 15 or not the 930 candle, and then since then it has been recovering all of the day. DOCS. This is this is what kind of makes it interesting to me because so you see docs, okay? And the way I've arranged this on the earnings play, now this is earnings plays up. Well, probably shouldn't be called that necessarily, but anyway, docs, I sorted on the position in the day's range. So I can see right there because of the way that candle is. I don't see any white on the side here. Just a little bit now, but I know it's right near the high of the day. But that little orange tells me that this is actually, even though it's at the high of the day, but this orange tells me it's still below yesterday's close. Okay, that's how I've color coded. So that means that when you see something like this, it means the stock has had a nice recovery. Conversely, look at EPOW, position in the day's range. It's not quite at the low of the day. So the stock is still up because that is green, but it's approaching the low of the day. Meanwhile, AI guys, wow. I just feel like just taking a little bit just to swing it. See if Because now, I mean, we're in this huge void territory. Who was it? It wasn't Hindenburg, was it? So who was it that knocked them down? Can't remember. This is back on April 4th. Anybody remember who it was who knocked them down? The scathing report. It was Carisdale. Thank you, Mr. Two. Mr. Two. Mr. Two. Carisdale. Okay. Well, they have a good. Well, they obviously have a reputation because they just knocked the heck out of this stock. And I know tried to have a little recovery here, and then it got beaten all the way down to 17. Held the 200-day moving average. That was pretty flat right across. It held that 200-day moving average and has not looked back since. So, will Carisdale, will they come out with another report on them? And to the tune of don't be seduced by this little move. Okay, we are resuming resuming here for BHC, guys. And a little bit of a pop. Little bit of a pop off the halt. The halt was at 740 something. Whoa, and now it's starting to move. So it's just open, guys. Remember, the halt was at what, seven? Well, we can see right there. The halt was at 741. So it is starting to move. Now, how much will it move? Yeah, consider you're right, William. Considering what it did before the halt, you would think that now that it has been, well, somewhat confirmed. Well, I have an alert set up here around 785, and let's see if it at some point takes it out. Because it did get up to what, 850, 851. Not a lot of volume though. Look at the volume bars here. You would think there might have been a big explosion of volume, but not a lot of volume. Hmm. The news on Bausch, Michael, basically upholds the final judgment on their drug that prevents FDA approval of a competing company's. I want to call. Look, I don't know 100% if Norwich is a generic drug manufacturer, but obviously, so they have prevented this Norwich that has a competitive drug from going to the market until 2029. So that's why I'm assuming they must be a generic. Whoa, there we go, guys. A generic drug manufacturer. All right, guys. Well, can it take out eight? Can it take out eight? That's the big. My stop's right at this area, the 784 area. Okay, I've just taken some off at about the 804 mark. And now I'll get out. If it gets back down to 782, I'm out completely. But at least I've taken some profit out, and now let's see if it can really start to run. Make a charge to the high of the day. And look at the volume. See the volume bar right there? What time is it? 149. Yeah, so this has still 11 minutes to close. So this is, yeah, look at this. Okay, I'm out of it completely now. Okay. I don't have any trust that it's going to necessarily take out the high of the day, so I'm out of it completely. The volume came in. Look at the SPY. Wow, wow. One, two, three, four, five, six. That's not chop, guys. That is trend. An hour and a half straight up. Boy, look at it. Look how many shorts are available. 16 million. 16 million shorts are available at Interactive Brokers for BHC. Not that I want to short it right now, but okay, guys. Now CWD was halted, and what was the halt price? CWD. What? Let me load this thing. Oh, I see. So this is it's an IPO today. Okay, guys. So this is an IPO today. CWD, I guess, upsized IPO at 4.8 million. Not a big one. 1.2 million shares at $4 a share. Look out! I don't know why I didn't see this one early. Or oof. Aha! There's the SGE. That's the IPO from yesterday, guys. Right at the high of yesterday. Keep an eye on it. Takes up that high of yesterday. Could start to run. I think it has a similar $4 a share. How many shares? How many shares? 1 million. Very similar to the so it's very similar to the CWD. I don't mean company wise. I'm just talking structure. Okay. These little IPOs that, release very few shares. Oh, William, you're in the trade ideas questions. Wow, look at the CWD, guys. I mean, I'm not saying the the SGE is going to do the same, but look at this now. Halted at $8, potential open at 10. This doesn't have to remain, of course, but I think if this moves at all, it could help the SGE. Very similar structure. The only thing I do want to know, okay, this is a US stock, okay, and the other one I think is also SGE. Be better if it was China, but so they're both. This is on Amex. Don't see too many, not too many stocks on Amex these days that I see. What is CWD? You mean like what do they do? I don't know. It's a stock, if that's what you mean. It's a halted stock right now. I don't know what they do. Probably not even in the profile yet. On. All right, investment advisory services for real estate. If that's what you meant. It's not an acronym, so yeah, I've been distracted. Yeah, you're right. The BHC. My gosh, I forgot all about it. I did. I forgot all about it. Um, I am just thinking this SGE has just got to get back over 4 again, I think. Maybe I should find out what they do. SGE. Not that it really matters, but all right. Strong Global Entertainment manufactures and distributes large format project screen coatings. Okay. Distributes digital cinema equipment and provides technical support services to the entertainment industry. Key markets includes the cinema, exhibition industry, theme parks, etc. All right. Well, not what I would call glamorous or anything. Whoa, I missed it. GME took out that the VWAP. Ah, wow. Is it going to be a well? It's going to be at least a 10-minute halt. CWD. It's going to be at least a 10-minute halt because it was halted at 151. plus 25 seconds. So it is past 1:56. So it is going to be at least a 10-minute halt for CWD. And anybody who's in it is just saying, come on, open. Because you're looking at this, thinking, all right, whoa, look at this, 1025. But, this is not written in stone. So if you're in this now, you're hoping this number remains nice and high. This is the potential. There's SGE, guys. Meanwhile, the market, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, an hour and 45 straight up. Shoot, I missed the BHC on the way down. Not in it anymore, but I was thinking about shorting it, but I'm too wrapped up in this SGE. Look at those shares available, 16 million shares available. All right, if this is going to be, it should open in 13 seconds. If it's going to be a 5-minute, wow, now look, you see what happened? You see what happened? Oh, not in the SGE, but the shoot. This is not what you want to see if you were along this one. Now this is going to be over a 10-minute halt. And I think this will affect the SGE. Yeah, that's why it can be very nervy when you're in a halt, and you see the initial prices come out at, potentially at 10. But look at this now, it dropped right down to 6. Hmm. Well, that's too bad. I think if the CWD had opened, at 10 or so, I have this feeling it would have dragged SGE up. Boy, look at this. The ion Q is almost mimicking the SPY. Wow, what a run it's had too. What a daily 635, 9. So 50% move in a little less than 3 days. Ion Q. May 11th. So May 11th, they had news. So, or not news, they had earnings. So I guess back post market. So that would have been on the 12th, the reaction. Ooh, no, I've got CDMO. That's why I've got CDMO. And that's at the low this day right there. 1562, so it's a little bit below it because now look left underneath. You've got a lot of room. 1432, sorry, 14 13 8 1351 is the next low looking left. $2 away. CDMO. Trading a lot of volume, 2.9 times normal, but not a lot of volume. And see if there's any reason for this. It's on an earnings play. Yeah, I can't see any reason for this big down day. But, it's pretty brutal. I mean, down through the 200-day moving average also. Okay, guys. See if this is getting any better. The CWD, if it's getting better on the bid ask, a little bit, not much. Oh, and it just opened. It just opened. CWD just opened. Remember, it was halted at 8. And so now, well, you know what? Stick an alert at the high of the day and see if it takes it out later. Grady, Apple. Let's take a look at Apple. AAPL. Never trade Apple, but let's see what he's looking at. Short sell under 172.63. 172.63. So it triggered. And do you buy the stock or do you do options with this? You buy shares, really? Okay. Well, you got to take a few shares in order to make it worthwhile, but okay. The VWAP is less than $1 away at 171.40. Okay, so this was halted on the way up, right? This was halted on the way up. Okay, so I'm sorry. Yeah, this is halted. Yeah, halted on the way up. So getting back, getting closer to the levels again. I'm telling you, if this takes up this high of the day, this could have a have a run. It's not. I'm not trying to tell anybody to take it if it gets up over the high of the day, but this has that look. Wriggle. I've seen this wriggle. RIGL. What's it doing? Another one though, I probably would have said nope because I would have looked left and saw that 145, 150. And it's funny. I mean, look at the float on this one, 171 million. These are extraordinary moves with that float. Extraordinary moves. 40%. I'm gonna have to check that float. I mean, it's trading like a very, very low float stock. Yeah, 150 million. Oh, at the other, so I mean, it's a big float, and look at the move, 40%. Well, listen, I mean, if this takes out the high here, that could get SGE ignited again. Again, they're not related. It's just structure. This is like 1.5 million at four, and the other one is like 1 million at four on the IPO. So it's just structure. And actually, AI has a red bar ignored also on the 15-minute chart. AI has a red bar ignored. There's your uptrend. There's a red bar, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle's green, moves ahead. 2619 would have been a trigger of some sort. Oh, sorry, guys. I am internally talking, not internally in my head, but to people at Trey. Yes, CDMO, CDMO. Now a new low here, guys. CDMO, new low. I'm watching that SGE, but I'm way more interested in the CWD. What happens to it once it comes out of its halt? I guess I was late. No, it's still halted. Oh my goodness, it's halt. Okay, I don't even know what's going on now. So it's halted, but now look at this 526, 526. So this is all over the place now. Okay, guys, sorry. I'm again talking with our internal discussion. ICPT continues to make a little bit of a move. Okay, guys, boy, this wriggle. I hear it because I've got the running up, I've got running up, running up, running up. That's my sound alert. So I'm just checking it right at the very top. Okay, now here's another one that just got halted. CBRG just got halted. Now, did it halted on the way up or halted on the way down? Halted on the way down. CWD opened. What price did it open at? I'm just, I can almost tell because I'm looking at SGE, but okay. CWD opened at, ugh, okay, this could be, yeah, this could be done. I actually thought that, got halted at 792. I was kind of hoping that it would open close to 8. and pop through, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. But that's why you wait. Okay, you put a price alert, doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. And look at SGE. It's basically following suit. I think all I'm really doing is thinking of perhaps trader mentality. Okay, and if you miss the CWD, you look around, you say, well, what's kind of similar? And this was it. Now, tomorrow, I'm still going to have a price alert. I'm going to set my price alert again for $4 for SGE and see if it takes it out tomorrow. No, I'm not. No, I haven't. I've never been in CWD. It's SGE that I was interested in, seeing if it would have a move like CWD. No, so I was never in CWD. I didn't see it until the first halt at $8. I didn't see it till here. No, no, I hadn't even heard of it earlier. Not that I'm aware of. No, I'm pretty sure. I know. I don't recall ever seeing this. Yeah, I told him dip buyer. I told him he already did the oops. All right, guys, 222. Things are starting to slow down just a little bit. Let's take a look at some of the ones that were another halt. Oh, sorry, the resumption of GBRG, resumption of GBRG, or resumption down. This is one of these SPACs. So this looks unbelievably bleak right now, doesn't it? Let's just take a look at who they were looking to acquire. They terminated the Aggie Plus deal. Well, that was back in November, though. So what's happening now? I don't see any news since then. You wonder if they're just going to wind it down, give their money back. Well, not all their money. Actually, it's funny, Dipmeyer. Yesterday should have been the brutal day, and no, I really haven't had. I haven't felt too badly actually in terms of jet lag and all. Yesterday should have been the brutal day, and I actually felt pretty good. I was in Paris, or Uri. I was in Paris. None that we saw. We were there after. That was May Day, May 1st. That was the big one. No, we didn't see anything. Zero. It was all very calm and orderly. Nope. Actually, you should take this off to general market talk. Okay, I know it's not market talk, but take it off the. No, in fact, my wife was saying we've been to Paris 4 times, and the last time we thought it was pretty messy in the streets, but no, it was very clean, very clean. 409 for GBRG. Okay, but the way it's trading, it's almost like at what point do they have to say we're winding this down, and the whoever put money into this will get something back, probably based on this, about half their. Okay, I have an alert for TO. This is probably the high of the day. TIO, probably the high of the day. And I think that APLD is just making a new high. Yes, it is. I'm not in it anymore, but APLD just made a new high. APLD just made a new high. All right, guys, I'm just trying an experiment, okay, on my end. Okay, I want to see something. So what time is it now? 2:27. So I'm just trying a little experiment here. All right, let's see if this works. Okay, guys, I am trying something off camera, well, what you can see. So what I want to do is I'm just going to put myself on mute. I'm still here. If you have any questions, I will hop back on the mic. Okay. Okay. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm just trying something here. So, shoot. I forgot to keep watching the CDMO. I should be, I'm in at 1556 on the short, and I know it got down to 1538, but now it's popped back up. I should have been watching a lot more closely. Okay, guys. Okay, yeah, look at the market now. 45 minutes now down after a big move up. Oh, good. Okay, CDMO made another move down. Okay. See if it gets into the 1530s. And where I found it was on the 20-day range low, guys. Okay, just in case you're wondering, this was on the 20-day range low. I saw this a long time ago. Actually, let me get rid of my announcement. Saw that a long time ago, and so I put my alert. I think at 1555 or so, 1560 or so. Tell you exactly where I put it. At 1561. That's the low of that day right there. And so I got in around 1555. And let's see if it continues to move down a little bit more for me. Boy, ICPT continues to do its thing. Wow. Oh man, I'm not in this anymore. Look at the APLD, guys. APLD popped up to what, 732? What a day. What a couple of days this has had. APLD. Okay, Octo did not do it, guys. I have this thumbnailed. Octo did not do it. Not shortable for me. Unfortunately, this would be a nice looking short right now for Octo. A lot of nonsense, whatever they released this morning. Okay, guys, I'm getting set to put myself on mute in about 10 minutes. I'll be here till 3:20, but if you have any questions, please ask. Even when I'm on mute, I will hop back on the mic if there's a question. Okay. Hmm. Boy, this got really ugly. CWD got very ugly. Maybe keep an eye on AMAM. Okay. Keep an eye on AMAM. This is one that I thought might do a little bit better today. It's had a bit of a pullback today, I think. Actually, no, it hasn't pulled back really. So keep an eye on this one now. I mean, it's up 2%, nothing big, but in the pre-market, it got up to 17, wow, 1778. It's been on a nice run. So you can see where it got down to. It got down to 1309, back up to almost the 14 level. So this may have just been like that, profit taking and now coming back. Okay, I will ask Chris what his settings were. I'm not sure what I can do. So is that a general consensus on people watching me on YouTube that the screen is not what we'll call crystal clear? I have to know if it's just you, Sam, or just a couple, or is it everybody? Anybody watching this on YouTube? Whereas, thank you. See, I'm looking at what I think you guys see, and on my end, it looks okay. I mean, it looks the same as. So it's very difficult for me to know. Let me try something, okay? I forgot that there was one thing that they said to try. Not try, but make sure that even though it says that it's in 1080, but auto, you should actually select. Okay, now I've actually selected it, okay, as opposed to, you guys can see what I'm doing here. There's in the gear, it says quality. There it is, 1080p, but there's another one that says auto. Do it auto, but which is supposed to be 1080p, but somebody said I should actually try to select it. So this is what I've done. Does that seem to help? I'm not really sure what else I can do. Hmm, interesting. And Chris has had all sorts of problems with his computer. I don't know. I'm not really sure what I can do on my end. I'm surprised though that you guys are saying in this room that there was a difference because I haven't heard that before. Okay, Blaine. Well, I don't know if it's individuals, computer configurations that's causing it because I have done nothing different for all the years. I mean, I suppose it could make a difference. The number of windows. I mean, possible because maybe you can make each individual window a lot bigger. It's possible, I suppose. I know Discord is the best. Yeah, I know. I'm pretty sure they know that, Jay. The YouTubers, you have to select 1080 on your end, right? I'm pretty sure they know that. You know that, right, Sam? I'm talking to Sam in our YouTube room. You have to select 1080 on yours. Well, I got greedy on the CDMO, so I basically got taken out for no gain. Yeah, so he's got it on 1080, so that's not the issue. Okay, guys, I'm gonna put myself on mute now, but I'll be back on the mic. I'll be open till about 3:20. Actually, before I do that though, want to put the link in for the test drive. Do you know how to get into Discord? Just out of curiosity, if I give you the Discord link, could you get in there? Because everybody says that that is the best screen quality. Just out of curiosity. If you don't want to do it, that's fine. I understand. All right. I put in the test drive link. This is what you're going to see. Now remember, what you're seeing here, this is your pre-registering, okay? So if you can get 10 days of trading, 10 trading days from June the 5th through the 20th inclusive for $11.11. It'll give you just as if you're a premium subscriber. The only thing you will not be able to do is auto trade. Okay, you will not be able to auto trade. So if you're wanting to take this because you just want to try out auto trading, forget it. Okay, you will not be able to auto trade. So 2 weeks. Now, if you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. You're not getting data until live data until the June 5th. That's Monday, June the 5th. You'll have access to the program on Friday, June the 2nd, about an hour after the market closes. So you can practice, you can take a look at our user guide, know at least what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and probably about stock racing. Okay. So should come somewhat prepared. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay, so don't worry about that. That is something that it's an often asked questions, and I would ask the question too. But we're not that sort of a company that's just going to automatically put you in a subscription. We only do this now. We used to do this 4 times a year. The last one though was in January, so we're already in June. So I don't know how many more we're going to have this year. Right. So that is the test drive link. Okay. So yeah, I don't know what to do, really, Sam. I honestly don't know what to do. Okay, check out my homepage. All the information you'll find on my homepage. There's a promo code you can use right now to get 15% off the entire year or the first month of Trade Ideas. If you're going to take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started. 10 videos, short videos, take you about 30 minutes. Now, this is what I would also look at. If you're going to take the test drive, you can take a look at this. Okay, because it's got the introduction to scans, okay, and top lists and alert windows and charts. That'll give you a good, bit of a idea about what Trade Ideas is all about. Trading 101, if you're brand new to trading, now this will take a while because I think there are about 30 odd videos, but if you're new to trading, this is a free course. My stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for the trade of the week, the free trade of the week. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Big education section is here. Again, if you're going to take the test drive, I would click on the education section, click on the user guide, and then you can take a look at alert windows, A windows, T windows, top list windows, and the stock racing. Okay, get those down. You don't have to know everything about Trade Ideas, but at the very least, you should know what an alert window is and what a top list window is and about the stock racing. Last, you want my scans. So if you click on a link on my homepage link, scroll down until you see the scan section, click here, and here are the scans that I'm sharing. And from time to time, you'll see some of the ones like these are on my other monitor, the 20-day range high and low on my other monitor. I don't have upside movers and gap continuation or basic new highs. I don't have them actually up and running. I don't have the large cap gainers up and running. But the halts or zooms you can see, and I don't have this up and running right now. The pre-market act is up and down, but that is what I use in the pre-market. Okay, so lots of information. You want my scans. So if you do take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link and then go here and take out the subscription. And if you save my homepage, you will have access to my scans and the education section at all times. Okay, guys, so I will put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. Man, oh man, look at that CDMO now. I mean, I just got shaken out of that stupid thing. That is too bad. I got shaken out right there, and then it really collapsed. All right, guys, I am going on my second bike ride of the year, or third maybe. So I am going to wind this down. Tomorrow is Thursday. I'm afraid to look at TME because I mean that's the one that had all those upgrades this morning, and I don't know why I just sort of lost sight of it. Didn't really think it was going to do that much. And yeah, I mean, we could have got in easily here around the 780 mark, right around here. Had about 3 upgrades that I saw, and then another one that I saw. So yeah, TME was and pretty steady, I mean, not really a lot of gyrations. What you would expect from 858 million in the float. And look at the AMAM, guys. Too late for me, but if you want to take a look at this AMAM, this is making that little move right here. Had the sell off early this morning, down to 13, but it's come right back up. Do I have any of the fat? I've never had snow tires in Vancouver, so no. Are you talking about on my bike, or oh, I don't have those fat tires on my bike. If that's what you're talking about, it's not a road bike. It's not a trail bike. If that's what you're talking about. All right, guys. So YouTubers, I'll shut you guys down right now. Usually I do it the other way around, but I'll shut you guys down right now. We'll see you tomorrow.